Hi guys, hello, happy Wednesday or Sunday. It's not Wednesday. What? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Um welcome. I hope you guys had a great weekend. As I said before, let me fix some things on my Twitch. As I said before, I did not stream on Thursday, so I made sure to let y'all know that I would be streaming on Friday and Sunday so that I got my 3 days a weekend. So I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are doing great. All right, let me change the category to just chatting because we are just chatting. We're not gaming today. But in our previous stream, we did game. We did do some really fun stuff. We finished The Walking Dead season 1. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that now. Shit. Oh well, I said it. Nor am I supposed to cuss. Oh well. But we finished The Walking on a living, and it was great. I don't know. Sometimes these censorship rules that are on these platforms get really, really annoying. Like I think about stuff that requires you to be super serious, where you need to be serious and you need to just tell the information as it is. Like, for example, like a trial or, when there is a violence that happens in the world, or if you're like doing journalism, and that some people feel like they can't say what they have to in order in order to uh get their message across, that they have to boil down their language to like unalivings or urders or smexuals, some salt, or suicide. I always say that it gets very annoying when you have to constantly censor yourself, especially when it's about things that require you not to use like unaliving or pew pew for like assault weapons. It's very unfortunate. um, yeah, I don't know. But I hope you guys are doing well today. My weekend has been pretty solid. I am eating healthy again. I have been eating healthy for the past couple weeks. Fell off my diet a little bit, but got back on it. And something I realized this round is that every time I stray away from eating unhealthy, I wake up in the morning and I feel awful. Like I feel like I've had a hangover. Like I drank 4 beers the last night. And my diet right now consists of like I'm starting the whole entire diet over again. So it consists of like the sugar detox for like 14 days, and so I'm eating a lot of like turkey and chicken and fish. And for one of the meals, you get 2 meals of ground turkey. I couldn't do another meal of ground turkey, so I just swapped it out for shrimp, because I really, really love like shellfish and seafood. And I don't know, man. I'm just like I went to my favorite Cuban restaurant the other day because I was like, I've been doing well with this diet. Like, let me have some Cuban food. It's not too much sugar, it's not too much salt. It's like very like whole food, like chicken, plantains, stuff like that. And I ate it thinking I was okay. And I woke up the next day and felt horrible again. And I was like, well, what the fuck? What is going on? And so now I think I've reached the phase of my diet where I can't eat sugary foods, like heavily sugared foods, because if I do, it'll feel like I drank a half a bottle of wine or I drink 4 beers, and I don't want to feel that way. I haven't been drinking alcohol, which is good. Um, Alcohol is not good for you, so you should not drink a lot of it. Um, and I haven't been indulging in other things either, which is even better. And by indulging in other things, I mean gardening. I'll let you do with that information what you will. Um, haven't been getting involved in any vices, so I'm pretty pretty clean over here. But to be fair, I don't indulge in those things like excessively anyway. Um, like I always found it funny the people who would, just crack open a bottle of wine on a Wednesday and down the whole bottle of wine. My mom used to do that. She used to crack open a bottle of wine and just keep pouring. It was the Merlot, and she'd pour a glass after glass in her little like wine glass and just sip and sip and sip. And I just getting older and I drank when I was legal enough to drink. I wasn't a rebellious child and drank underage. You know what I mean? I drank when I was like 21. I think I sipped a beer when I was like 20, and I was very terrified about it. And there's a whole lore behind it, like why I was terrified about drinking and whatnot. But I'm not gonna get into the details today. I want to keep my streams like kind of lighthearted. You know what I mean? But I just where was I going with this? So, I just never was the type to drink so excessively or feel like I have to have a drink in the middle of the week. Um, and then just go through a half a bottle of wine or a whole bottle of wine. I just never felt like the type to want to do that, really. Because I just know the next day I'm going to feel awful. So, never really had like super bad addictions, which is good. Um, and like I don't even when I garden, it's like edibles, and it's like a quarter or an eighth of an edible. I can't do like super extreme edibles and get like really, really like lifted. You know what I mean? So things are pretty good on my end. It just sucks because I know that overall this diet for me, like there's some weight that I want to be lost, but also I am in my 30s. I have to live a healthier lifestyle. And part of my healthy lifestyle is that I gotta let the fast food go. Gotta let it go. Gotta let it go. I can't be out here eating Uber Eats every week, um, eating foods with all different types of trans fats and sugars in it. I have to be okay and accustomed to just eating from home. I can't have an addiction to sugar. You know what I mean? So, diabetes isn't really run in my family, but high blood pressure and heart problems do. So I have to be very careful about that as I get older. And my dad doesn't have colon cancer, or he never did, but he had colon polyps. That's something else I want to be careful of as well. I want to make sure my digestive system is like really like A1. I was taking some pre-probiotics for a second, but they weren't they weren't gelling well with my system. So I just take Ezekiel, like 2 slices of Ezekiel flaxseed bread and then 2 tablespoons of flaxseed water, and that works pretty well for my diet. So yeah, just little things that I'm doing. But yeah, it just sucks. It sucks because a part of me is like, man, I wish I can enjoy, cake and fast food the way I used to. But then another part of me is like, you know what, this is good though. This is good that I'm making an effort to eat healthier and that my body just no longer craves that type of food. Like I'm seeing the reactions in real time of what happens when I crave that type of food. So pretty nice. Um, what else did I look at today? What else have I done in these 2 days? Um, hmm. Oh, so as I was mentioning earlier, we finished the walking unaliving. And so I went out of my way to buy more Telltale games because I actually like them. They're very fun. Not much of a challenge. It's just point and click, point and click, point and click. I love me a point and click game. Okay, I love that for me. So anything where I don't have to try too hard and use too much brain power, I'm great. However, I will say that chapter 3 of The Walking Zombies was hard for me when we were on the train. That was a little difficult. Um, mostly my fault, partly because some UI wasn't there. But also, it's like a 12-year-old game, and I don't think it's been remastered yet, so I'm not really surprised. But I bought more Telltale games, guys, and I'm very happy with myself that I did that. I bought the Query because that was on sale on Steam, so I bought the Query, and I bought the deluxe bonus content pack. And so that was made by the same company that made Until Dawn. And I remember watching my friends play Until Dawn when I like in 2014, but I never played it myself. And so if it's made by the same company, it must be like good enough. And the person who was in I Saw the TV Glow, that movie, they're in this game, so that's cool. I like that. And then I got The Devil in Me, the first two anthologies. So, hi James, how are you doing today? So I didn't get all of season one, it was too expensive, but I got the first two, so I think I got like Little Hope and then Man of Medan. I got those two, so the reviews are mixed though, so that concerns me. I don't know. Let's take a look at this review. So this is for The Devil in Me, the Dark Pictures anthology. The worst game in the series, made even worse by the huge potential it had. The first third of the half of the game was actually great, and the horror aspect was better than each of the previous game series, but the game drops the ball so hard in the last act. Filled with bugs that required us to restart, animation issues. Dang! Constant skipping of the exploration sections partner because your cute partner triggered some arbitrary flag, started the cutscene. Charlie literally, oh, whoa, spoilers. Okay. People that played Until Dawn and enjoy it are not fans of this earth. I can barely play Phasmophobia. Oh my, oh, what is Phasmophobia, Cole? What on earth? Hold on. I don't want my business. They're not of this earth. Yeah, I saw people playing Until Dawn and Phasmophobia. What does Phasmophobia mean? No, I'm gonna go to Wikipedia. I'm not gonna use the AI out of spite. Alright, Phasmophobia. It's a paranormal horror game developed and published by British indie game studio Kinetic Games. The game became available in early access for Microsoft Windows with virtual reality support in September 2020. In the game, 1 to 4 players take on the role of ghost hunters who work to complete a contract where they must identify the ghost haunting a designated site and complete other optional objectives. Phasmophobia rose in popularity after many Twitch streamers and YouTubers played it during October 2020, becoming the 6th most popular game on Twitch of that month and the best-selling game on Steam globally for several weeks from October to November 2020. It earned positive reviews. Okay, so it's like a ghost game. Why is it scary? And I've seen people play Until Dawn, and it's not. Ooh, this is creepy. What's going on there? I don't like that. That's like some cosmic horror shit. And what is this? What is that? I feel uncomfortable. The jump scares are so intense. Oh no. Oh no. No, I'm not playing that game. See, the goal is that the Telltale games, I work myself up to like an actual horror game like Poppy's Playtime or something, or like Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't know if the girls are still playing Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't know. But like that's the goal. Like we start with the Telltale games and then we move on our way up, right? But in Phasmophobia, like what is this? If I saw this in real time, if I saw this shit in real time while on live, I would turn the live off. I'd be like, that's it. We can't play anymore, guys. We can't play. I can't do it. My partner mentioned that I should play Resident Evil 7 right? Resident Evil 7. Yeah, Resident Evil 7. He mentioned I should play that because it's more fun. But even then, I'm just like, what's going on? Why do the monsters look like that? And what's growing out of its head? Um, but yeah, no, this would scare the shit out of me. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, let's move on. So, what is this? What is that? Why does it look like that? It looks like two heads came together. Like two, you know those were shocks? Rorschach test? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like that thing. Jeez. This is terrifying. Oh my god. I feel uncomfortable looking at it. You know, there was a really popular game a couple years back called Doki Doki Literature Club, and it was a horror game with like cute schoolgirls. But I think what was cool about it is that it was a horror game that included the gamer. Like you weren't put in another world. It was like you were playing this game and the game was literally glitching. Oh no, there's another Doki Doki Literature Club? Season 2? Oh, look at who's this diva? Who is this melanated baddie right here? Hello, queen. Hi. Silk press and all. And a little gumball in your head. All right. I like to see it. Okay, but anyway. Doki Doki Literature Club seemed very scary because it was like a horror game that included the gamer. And it felt like the game was glitching on you in real time. You know what I mean? Um, and I think there's a particular type of like horror that can be seen in that. Like you feel like your whole computer, your PC is like haunted or some shit like that, right? Which I thought is cool. But uh with like horror games like The Walking Dead and I guess Phasmophobia or even like the Telltale horror games, with those types of games, right? You're brought to another world, and you're playing as these characters. It's like I think a game like Doki Doki Literature Club, like it includes you. You know what I mean? Like you're included in the scare. Like you're in on it. Yeah. So is this official? The new Doki Doki Literature Club? Is that like an official? Why did I lose it? Where'd it go? Literature time. I'm not saying I'm a part of this secretly, but I will say something that might be a bit of a surprise to you, and it might be upsetting. The voice actors may have changed. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not part of this. Okay. Okay. But yeah, it's cool they have a season 2. I don't know if I could play this game either because I don't like it when my computer just like fucks up. Like I don't. But I think this is a very creative way to do horror, so that's cool. Um, and I also like cute things being horrifying, so that's like to see that. You know what I mean? So Cole says the game development is good though. So if Phasmophobia has good game development, I like to see that. I like to see that, but I'm probably not going to play that game. There was a time I watched Dashi play Outlast when I was in college, and I was so terrified that I had to sleep with the lights on for like 3 months. So I don't know the extent of my horror games, like how extensive it's gonna be, but I do like me a Telltale game. I know Batman has some Telltale games, so that's cool. But yeah, I don't know about Phasmophobia. I don't know about that. A lot of creepy shit. Like I'm still looking at this ghost face here, and I'm just getting uncomfortable. Like I don't want to look it in the eyes. Okay, but yeah, gonna gonna play more Telltale games. Gonna play more games on here. Again, just keeping things pretty entertaining. So I got The Devil in Me. Yeah, I got or what is it called? Yeah, The Devil in Me anthology. Apparently, the last three are bad. The last two are bad, but I got the first two, Little Hope and A Man of Medan, so maybe those are better, right? And then I also got The Quarry, which I feel like is going to be like a cabin in the woods type of storyline. And then I got the rest of The Walking Dead, so I will be playing The Walking Dead to its entirety. I have grown emotionally attached to Clementine, so I really want to see how she grows and evolves in this new like zombie-fied society. And discover other new cities in Atlanta that I did not know of, or in Georgia that I did not know of. So I'm going to be doing that. And then I also got The Wolfman. Wolfman Telltale game. Something about the Wolfman. It's like a comic and it's like a mystery noir game and it's made by the same people who made The Walking Dead. So I got that too. So we have some good games coming in the pipeline to keep us busy, to keep us entertained. Because let me tell you, if I play Marvel Rivals the whole time, I'm gonna get super distracted and be stressed out because I don't know how to aim. And my cloak and dagger ult didn't hit the way it needed to. So this is good for us. So yeah, that's the plan there. Overdose. What is this? Why are we torturing people? Survive the deadly asylum, devil sinister meds, keep the insane in line, out with the killer. Girl, what is this? What is this? What's going on? Oh, God. I don't know about all that, but there was also a new horror game I saw. It was like a co-op game, and the little characters look like the Among Us people. That game looked fun, so I'm gonna look into that. But yeah, Alan Wake's American Nightmare. I hear the Alan Wake's games are really good. I know one of my mutuals really loves this game, so it's very what is it? Twin Peaks ish. I like me a Twin Peaks game. You know what I mean? So why does this head have a razor? What's going on there? Oh no, he's holding the razor. Okay, so yeah. All right. Anyway, moving on. What else do I want to rant about before I get into the Reddit stories? Well, I'll talk about. I don't feel like talking about my job search. What else do I want to rant about? Okay, so I saw another video essay about like what happened to Kelly Stamps, and I don't know. She really represented a lot in during the pandemic. You know what I mean? And it's interesting to see like a YouTuber's like growth, like like their growth and how they become a content creator, then see them at their peak, and then see them at like their inevitable like descent. Like everybody ends up like you know teetering off eventually, and so once you end up like descending again, you have to make the decision as to whether or not you're gonna retire or rebrand yourself so that you can keep riding that wave. It's like a roller coaster. And so I watched this video essay. It was by, I believe, Julamina, and she does really good content. I really like her voice. It's nice and soothing. But she kind of talked about how, you know, over like the point of the video is that Kelly Stamps might have fell off. The point she was making in the video is that Kelly Stamps might have quote quote fell off because she um wanted to rebrand her channel to be more true to herself, which is her and her Christian values, and her becoming a Christian and kind of not really evangelizing, but sharing her walk with Christ, I guess. And that's why she got rid of Instagram. That's why she stopped posting on her old channel and she started the new one. You know what I mean? Which I believe isn't getting as many views, I think. I don't think it's getting as many views as her old YouTube channel. Um, and I, I've said this before, but we could do a case study on Kelly because I know she mentioned in like one of her videos that she like, other black people, I guess in her mind, other black people don't like to see the success of other like black folks. Like we want to like bring each other down, perhaps in a barrel mentality, which to an extent I can agree on that. However, I'm always very particular about who the messenger is when it comes to those sentiments because it can get very anti-black very quickly. um, and it can get very like accusatory without actually getting to the source as to why we, quote unquote, tear each other down. Um, so how am I going to phrase this? Because I feel like Kelly always gave me like suburban black kid energy. You know what I mean? As a suburban black kid, like that's what I got from her, like suburban black kid core. To be black in suburbia, you know what I mean? Um, and I mentioned this in one of my other videos that you could really end up one of two ways if you are a black suburban kid or a kid that just like grows up around a bunch of white people. It's another way to put it. Because okay, here's another thing. And I said this before in my other like to be black in suburbia video. I said that there's a difference between a black suburbs and a white suburbs, and yes, they do exist. Um, I would argue maybe there's not a lot of them, but they do in fact exist. There's a different energy, there's a different vibe. I see it all the time in Atlanta. Yes, it does exist. Or like a more diverse suburbia, it does exist. Um, but then like when you're in white suburbia, it's like a completely different energy. And I think what tends to happen, there's one of two spectrums you can end up like being on as a black kid in suburbia, especially when you get the Oreo accusations, which I've absolutely gotten my fair share of Oreo accusations. Changed immediately as soon as I came to Atlanta, by the way. Love the city down. Just for that reason. Like all of my friends, not to like brag on my friends, but all of my friends are very diverse, mostly black. But we're all very weird and all like nerds. Like I listen to my friends play Magic the Gathering sometimes, like a podcast. Like we're like just like weirdos, you know what I mean? Just like nerds who are just like into like their own niches, D&D and stuff, comics, you know. Um, so I feel like there's one of two spectrums you can end up as a black suburban kid, and one of the spectrums who grew up in a predominantly white area. One of the spectrums is that because you've been called Oreo your whole entire life by other black people, you end up just by default siding with white people. You just end up siding with them or trying to assimilate to be more like them, whether you know it or not. I've also done that too myself when I was like in Connecticut, right? And then the other end of the spectrum is that you like double down and you're like, no, like I am going to be the representation that no like other black kids don't normally see, that maybe the media doesn't want to show of us because they want to like just pigeonhole us into tropes and stereotypes, right? I'm going to include other people like me and support and uplift them and show that representation that we do exist. You're not a weirdo, you're not different, and like what you're going through is unique and hard, and you're not, and to not gaslight yourself when microaggressions come, I guess is a way to put it. You know what I mean? Like you're not you're how do I put this? You're not fooling yourself, or you're not don't gaslight yourself when you know that there's an apparent microaggression amongst of like non-POC people, I guess is a way to put it. And so luckily, I feel like I fell. I ended up on the latter half of the spectrum where I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to find my own. I'm going to find my own community. I'm going to find people who are in the same interests as me. I'm going to find people that are that are willing to uplift me. That don't judge me for being too weird or too out there or having really random takes, because sometimes my takes can be like big random. Because I just say whatever's on my mind. Like, I can find those people here, especially moving to the South. You know what I mean? But like, it would be very easy. It would have been very, very easy for me to just assimilate with a bunch of white folks. But I always knew that when I tried to attempt to assimilate, and maybe it was because I was just a weirdo and I wasn't athletic and I wasn't that social, you know what I mean? And, I was drawing anime characters, doodles and stuff instead of like socializing. Maybe, maybe I realized that it is okay. Like, there was always going to be something off if I assimilated completely with white people. Like, for example, I got accepted into UConn, getting local, but University of Connecticut. I got accepted into UConn and I got accepted in the art program. At the time, I really wanted to get out of Connecticut. Like, I just could not do it anymore. And my family was like, no, girl, you have to stay in Connecticut because you're not ready. You have to stay in Connecticut because you're not ready. They have co-ed dorms. You're going to end up passed out somewhere at someone's party and then end up 19 and pregnant. Like, they literally believed that. Like, they thought, and their whole argument was because I wasn't acclimated, quote unquote, acclimated. I remember that word so clearly when I was 17 years old. Let's look up what acclimated means. Dictionary.com, come through. Okay, so acclimated means oh, acclimated means to become accustomed to a new climate or to new conditions. Respond physiologically or behaviorally to a change in an environmental factor under controlled conditions. So basically they were saying that I could not be accustomed. Like, they felt like I wouldn't be accustomed to college life. They thought because I was so sheltered and because I was so quiet and I didn't talk to a lot of people and I just listened to my headphones and I just stayed in my corner and I drew my little Sonic OCs, they really thought like, no, this girl can't go to college. Like, she can't go to college. Oh my God. Shit. Did you guys hear that? Okay, I'm going to repeat that again. So let's do this one more time. Acclimated. To become accustomed to a new climate or to new conditions. Technical, respond physiologically or behaviorally to a change in an environment factor under controlled conditions. So my family literally thought that I could not acclimate myself to college life. They thought that like I would end up, passed out at some party and then pregnant at 19, that I would drop out of college because I was a very quiet kid, because I stayed in my corner, I listened to my music, I didn't respond to too many things, I didn't talk to too many people, I didn't talk to my family at all, they didn't know much about me, I just, drew my little OCs in my corner, right? And so, they genuinely thought that when I went to college that like something would happen to me, that I wouldn't be socially aware, that I would not be like physically aware of my environment, that I would end up flunking out of school. Like that, like one of two things, I'd end up flunking out of school, I'd let somebody's musty dusty ass son get in my ear and then, all over me or in me and end up pregnant. Like they were really, really worried for me. And what's very ironic is that they never had the same energy for any of the other cousins or any of the other younger kids. They never did. They were like, even like my own aunt who ended up dropping out of college, who had all the wisdom in the world, right? She was like, oh, we're just worried because, when I was your age, I was driving and I was socializing and we just don't think that this is the best. We just don't think this is best for you. Like, what are you going to do? You don't know how to, like, exist in the world. Your parents haven't taught you these life skills. They haven't taught you these life lessons. And I'm just sitting here like, I mean, how hard can it be? Like, y'all are, like, worried and stressed out about college, because I'm a woman. Like, I get it. Like, I'm a young lady. But it's just, like, everybody goes to this shit. Everybody goes to this shit. Everybody goes to school. And they learn. And they make mistakes and they learn. And no, my parents did not teach me a lot. you know? And then that time when I did stay with my aunt for a year, she did teach me how to like cook and clean and how to exist as an adult, you know? Um, but but they still were like, "Oh, well, we don't know. We just don't think you're ready. Like, you live with your aunt and she says that you just lack common sense." I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is with like the older generations and thinking common sense equals guess exactly what we're saying, like guess exactly what I'm thinking in my mind. Like, I don't know what it is. It's just like an older generation, like people at least a decade older than me just have that, like, you don't have common sense if you can't predict exactly what's in my mind. If I have to spell it out for you, it's stupid. You're stupid. Like, that's the mindset, right? And it's like, yeah, like that's what you're supposed to do if people don't understand. You have to spell it out. Sorry. But they were so worried. They compared me up against my other cousins. They compared me to one of my cousins who was, very quiet and very Christian and ended up actually going to school very close to home. And coming home on the weekends and going to church and stuff. I think they really wanted me to be in the church, and I just kind of wanted to live my life without having to worry about, God, Sky Daddy in the air judging me, honestly. And I just remember that I wanted to just kind of be free. Like, I wasn't happy in Connecticut. I was very miserable. And I think a lot of my misery came from, being around so many damn white folks. Why am I whispering? Being around so many damn white folks. I got really sick and tired of not seeing people that look like me, girl. And it was like, it was no longer a like, oh, it's okay, it's fine, we just gotta assimilate, da da da. No, it was just like, no, I'm tired of this shit. Like, you can't convince me this is my whole world. You can't convince me. I knew if I went to UConn, I would have probably ended up like, a Candace Owens or a Kelly Stamps. Low-key. Like, I just know for a fact that's how I would have ended up. Relaxed hair, over fried bangs and all. Okay, I just know for a fact. Natural hair movement, I don't know her. Discovering your natural hair, I don't know her. Wigs, that's a little too ratchet. That ghetto ass music. I would have been a Swiftie. I would have been a Swiftie. Right in the cut with the white girls trying to analyze that woman's music, okay? Being like, oh, she's so relatable. Who is she dating now? Yes, that would have been me. Or I would have been like the one nerdy black girl amongst like a bunch of like nerdy white guys that like to gatekeep the nerdy things that they're into at the anime clubs and shit. But I digress. Girl. No, it wasn't going to work out for me. It wasn't going to work out for me if I went to UConn. And I just know that there are girls out there, young girls out there, there are women out there that didn't have the luxuries that I had to like be in a space where there were people that were so interesting and unique, but also shared my same interests. Being in a place that's like more like, predominantly black. I would argue that Atlanta's like the black Mecca, honestly. But they're just so alternative and different, Like they're not like, straight and narrow. You know what I mean? So I'm grateful for that, but it could have really turned out the other way. I could have really showed up here with like silk press and all, fried ends and everything. But I don't know. A part of me has complex feelings towards the people who kind of are on the side of like, black people, like, you're a black person and other black people hate me because, I'm whitewashed and I just hang out with white kids now. I try to be careful about that, especially with black women, because I know that it is a lot harder for us because of misogynoir, but I also know that, there's more pressures for us to like assimilate, not just with like white people, but also with other black people too. And what's like the status quo and the stereotype, like, oh, you speak so well. And it's like, I'm just speaking. You know what I mean? I just sound how I sound. Like, what are you talking about? Um, Or another one is because I have dated interracially before, I just love those white boys, and it's like, no, I don't. No, I don't. um, and it's so interesting to see how people like the whole divestment movement got started with like other black women encouraging black women to like date outside of their race and date black men. That is crazy to me. Personally, I feel like it is a psyop, but I also feel like it is critiquing where a lot of black women are at with dating like men that look like them, and the constant pressure, again rooted in misogynoir. Let's talk about it. The constant pressure a lot of black women feel to like keep the lineage going, to keep the generation going, to not divest and not pursue other men outside of their race, or outside, or not even just men in general, just like maybe like women, or like other people, in the name of you have to be loyal to your race, you have to stick by the brothers, you have to stick brothers, you have to stick by black men, you have to uplift them, like on that Dr. Umar Pan-Africanism type shit, right? But then in the same breath, we see, so like, let's just call it thing. We see so many black men who date outside of their race. We see it, and it's celebrated. For the longest time, it's been celebrated, right? Like, what you know, see it in Shannon Sharp with like the 19-year-olds. Every single athlete got a nice like white girl on their arm. Like we see we've seen it a ton, and then it's almost like as soon as black women are like, you know what, let me do the same. It's like, no, you can't do that. You know what I mean? So I feel like the divestment conversation needed to happen, but I don't think it would just stop at, girl, leave those black men alone, date a white man. No. Girl, leave those men alone, period, and date whoever you feel is going to, I don't know, make you, not make you complete, but make you feel good, and honor you and respect you. And maybe that might not be someone that looks like you. You know what I mean? But it just stopped at like, girl, stop dating these black men. They're awful. And I'll never subscribe to that. I'll always subscribe to broaden your horizons. As a black woman, you should always broaden your horizons. All right? I never understood racial... Come on, James. Come on, James. James said, I never understood racial preferences. Let's go, James. Because... I'm gonna assume you're a black guy, right? A lot of black men will stand 10 toes down and sit heavy in their preferences and be like, there's no problem with them whatsoever. They will sit up here and say, I'm into the Saweeties and the Zendayas and the Tylas and, or like, what's a white girl a lot of black men fuck with? Do y'all know? I don't know. Proxy white girl over here, big booty Latinas, Pog. Pogs, I've been to Pogs, right? And then when you call them out on their preferences, they're like, or Asian girls. A lot of the black guys I know, like, because they're in anime and shit. They, ooh, I love being an Asian girl, and I'm just like, okay. And then let it be a thick Asian girl. Okay. Nothing wrong with Asian girls, by the way. There was actually a very interesting TikTok about of an Asian girl kind of calling out people who have preferences towards Asian women but directly hate or don't like the idea of dating black women, and how it's like a foil of each other. But anyway, let me get back on topic. But I never understood men, especially black men, who have like their preferences and they just sit in their preferences and they're like, well, what's wrong with having a preference? I don't understand what the problem is. If you have a preference, you have a preference. And it's like, bro, it's rooted it's rooted in something, bro. I don't have a preference. I thought I did at one point, but I don't think I do. I think, my preference is rooted in like personality and aura. It's never rooted in like how they look. Obviously, if you're unattractive now, like I'm gonna be like, I'm not attracted to you, bro. I'm sorry, right? But like, it's never, oh, well, he has to be like Asian and look like the Saja boys from K-pop Demon Hunters. Like, no, girl. He has to look like Tyreek Withers. Like, I think Tyreek Withers is very, very attractive, but it's still like, he's not like my be all end all preference. Like, you know what I mean? Uh, but I just feel like every time you call that out, especially with other black men, they they don't like that. They'll go quick. They'll be quick to defend each other and be like, "Well, there's nothing wrong with the preference. There's nothing. I don't understand why there's an issue with the preference." And it's like there's everything wrong with your preference, bro. Because like the same reason why you like that thick ass white girl, it's the same reason why you hate black women so much. Yet they carry the same aesthetics and the same traits. Like let's just be honest here. And I love me a thick white girl, right? But it's just like let's just keep it real. Let's just keep it a bean. It's what it is, okay? It's rooted in some sort of anti like hatred or, and I've said this before, it's always well, when I was in high school, when I was in high school, when I was in elementary school, when I was on the playground, when I was in daycare, when I was in kindergarten, the black girls used to pick on me. The black girls used to pick on me and the white girls did not. And I'm sitting here like, okay, and like when I was in kindergarten, y'all used to pick on me too. like y'all didn't bully the hell out of me. Like the fuck? And the black girls used to bully me too. So like what are we doing? What are we doing, bro? What are we doing? What are we doing? James says, I like my women black, that's it. Yes, black power. I don't know, that's just such an interesting take. But to bring it full circle, I saw this video essay about Kelly Stamps and like where she is, and I could kind of see the anti-blackness undertones in a lot of her content, but I never really thought much of it because she's a black woman and she's gonna go through, like, I'm a lot easier on black women. Like, sorry, no tea, no shade, but it's just I'm a little bit easier on them. So I'm just like, you know what? It is what it is. I'm never gonna try and critique a black woman by tearing them down unless they're actively upholding, like, patriarchal standards, which leads me to my next point, because I think the issue that I have with Kelly is that when she rebranded into a Christian content creator, it wasn't so much that she was a Christian, like a creator who wanted to talk about her walk with God and Christ. It was more like she was a creator who was using her walk with God and Christ to kind of mask the fact that she was going to be like heavily more conservative, leaning on like the trad wife type of aesthetic and like what women need to do in order to get high value fintech husbands type of energy. You know what I mean? Because at first I remember her about was like, it was like Christian values, and I was like, oh, okay, she's Christian. And then it turned into conservative values, and I was like, because I've seen Christian content creators, what Sophiology with her Christian BBL. See Christian content creators, they do exist. I do watch them, and I might not agree with everything they say, right? But I'm just like, okay, girl, yeah, like, they have interesting information, and they're not using like God or Jesus or their faith as a crutch to really push another agenda that they have. And I think the issue with Kelly that I don't think a lot of people talk about is that there were ulterior motives and ulterior agenda, and it was very much so leaning on a certain side that I've always argued that her core audience, from like the Kelly Stamps show, like they would never be on board with to begin with. You know what I mean? Like they would never be on board with, this quirky, ironic or dry humored black girl from the West moving to the East, to New York City, living this very like, not luxurious, but like socialite, a la Sex and the City type of lifestyle, very progressive, very liberal lifestyle, only to like a couple years later, when she's finally gotten all the money she needs, rebrand herself as like, this trad conservative, wife pushing like hyper conservative Christian values. A good example for Sex and the City watchers, I don't watch a lot. I wasn't allowed to watch Sex in the City as a kid. And then as I got older, when I was allowed to watch it, I was like, y'all are toxic as fuck. But like a good example is like, I feel like Kelly rebranded herself as like a quirkier, weirder Samantha Jones. Not really Samantha Jones, girl. No, no. What? Sarah Jessica Parker, maybe. Sarah Jessica Parker, okay, like that, right? And then she did a rebrand, so Carrie Bradshaw, okay, and then rebranded herself into a Charlotte York. And I don't think it hit the way it needed to. You know what I mean? Like I think the Carrie Bradshaw audience was here for the Carrie Bradshaw antics. Let me pull up the picture to give you a visual. This show is so toxic. I can never get on board with this show. Okay, so like Kelly's core audience was the Carrie Bradshaws. Okay, the Carrie Bradshaws. The like, I don't know if I'm all the way that sure. I don't, I'm in the city and I'm dating and I'm just figuring it out. I'm not perfect with the dating scene, but I'm just figuring it out. Like everyone the Carrie Bradshaw audience was here for Kelly Stamps like main channel, right? And then we do the rebrand to like Senpai Stamps or whatever, and we're giving Charlotte York this lady here. And if you haven't seen the series, Charlotte York is very like trad wife coded. Like very like I have to be clean cut for my husband type of coded. And the Carrie Bradshaw audience was probably not here for the Charlotte York tease. And I think that's where the fall off was. I still believe that there is a way for you to rebrand yourself while incorporating your faith without having to overtly push certain like values on people that they wouldn't be comfortable with, because you can still be like a Christian, a practicing Christian, and then not tell people every 5 seconds that they need to be in the kitchen cooking their husbands a home cooked meal. And from what I understand, I don't know if she's married or she has a fiance, but if you can help it, you probably shouldn't be cooking home cooked meals for fiancés, and you should probably be cooking home cooked meals for your husband. Those circumstances happen, right? Like I'm out of a job, so I'm cooking for my boyfriend more just to help out around the house, but he's covering most of the bills. But like, you don't want to fall into that trap, I guess, is one way to put it. Where it's like you're supporting like trad wife life, but you're not even a trad wife. You know what I mean? So, that's just my take on it. Is there anything else I want to say? I guess I can also say that I did hear comments that people found the flexing that she would do was very annoying, like where she would show like her designer bags and stuff, which I feel like is something I could never do. Not in Atlanta. Not if there's carjackings in Atlanta. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not when folks are breaking into people's houses. Absolutely not. No, 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 no. We can't flex. We can't flex. But people found that a little annoying. Which, I don't see anything wrong with that. Some people like to flex, but I don't know. I've said this before, but I think it's like the parasocial aspect of a creator, and content creators and viewers of these content creators not creating boundaries with each other and letting them know like, hey, we're at some point we're gonna come to a crossroads where I might have a different life than you, and that might make you feel a way, and therefore you should not invest all of your power and energy in like my life and try to live yours. Because the same thing also happened with what's that girl's name, Emma, God, the white girl who's always at the Met Gala. I forgot her name. Emma Chamberlain. Oh God, okay, yeah, because Emma Chamberlain got a lot of hate really for just existing, if you think about it, and like evolving as a creator as she would have evolved if people were going to support her, if that makes any sense. Like she just evolved based off of the way people were receiving her. if you were turned off by her, then you would probably stop watching her, and then she would not be hosting Met Galas. But y'all kept investing into her, pouring into her, like gassing her up, hyping her up, and then you blink once, and now she is an ambassador for Prada. You blink twice, and now she is at the runways on the Met Gala, and now she's a fashion girly, which I think ultimate goal for me. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, that would be really cool. But uh, the people who are like, I miss the old Emma Chamberlain, like she's not relatable anymore. Like she's in her mansion now and she's living a different lifestyle and da da da. But it's like y'all kind of put her in that position. You know, you put her in that position to, you know, grow and evolve like a creator. Now we can talk intersectionally about like how many opportunities a lot of like non-POCs or a lot of POC women have in that realm where like, you know, Emma Chamberlain just kind of being like a regular white girl was able to like infiltrate these spaces seamlessly, but like a non-POC girl, a black woman probably wouldn't be able to infiltrate those spaces as easily. At one point, I really thought Kelly Stamps was going to be that girl, and I was going to hype her up the whole way, but I guess that didn't happen. Her prerogative, that's fine. Um, but I just say all that to say, like, you know, you got to be so careful about like pouring your energy into creators without understanding that, you know, we're entertainers too. And at the end of the day, it's like watching a TV show. But then in the same breath, some people get very passionate about their TV shows and their movies. A lot of the bullying that happened with the Star Wars movies, with Rose in the latest Star Wars trilogy, and then a lot of bullying that happened with the actress who played Skylar. And it's like, girl, from Breaking Bad, and it's like, girl, these aren't real people. These aren't like, these are characters, and you're sending like full-fledged essays, emails, death threats to these people that you don't fucking know. Like, that are just doing their job. They're being actors. And you're mad at them because why? Because of how they're written? Why aren't you sending that energy to the writer? You know what I mean? And it's just like, you got to learn boundaries, you know, just in the same way, you know, mainstream entertainment is all kind of like smoke and mirrors, like to an extent. Content creators, you know, it's not smoke and mirrors, like it's a little bit more realistic, but it's also like there's going to come a crossroad where if you keep pouring into them and you keep supporting them, they're going to live a different life than you, and you have to be okay with that. Either support them through it or not, that's fine, but you should be okay with, you know, however they manifest, because like that's what you wanted from them, you know. um but anyway, I digress. That's my little hour spiel before we get into what I really want to do, which is Reddit stories. Yay! Let's talk about Reddit stories, okay? I'm going to be reading quite a few Reddit stories today. I'm going to be doing the Am I the Asshole? There have been quite a few Am I the Asshole stories that have spurned, oh God, that have like churned up in the past like couple hours, in the past couple minutes that I want to talk about. And I know the Am I the Asshole subreddit gets a little dicey for some content creators because they end up like overlap. Like a lot of creators will cover the same stories. Like last week when I covered the story about the friend who lied about having cancer. This week we're like a lot, since Am I the Asshole is probably one of the most popular subreddits. It just feels like, you know, sometimes when people read out these stories, they can kind of overlap, you know what I mean? So if there's some overlapping, or if it's a story you've heard before, let me know if you want me to cover it or not, and I won't, or I will. But yeah, it's always interesting to hear how people like perceive things, or the things that people do, and how people respond to them. So we're gonna get started on the ones that are the most recent. If I didn't cut my vacation, okay, so what does WIBTA stand for? Sorry, Boomer X is here. Let me WIBTA. Okay. Let me figure out what WBI. Would I be the asshole? Okay. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Everybody keeps using these acronyms, and I know it's easier for people to like squeeze in characters, but what if we get to a point in civilization where we're using acronyms for everything and we just have to figure it out? What if we develop our own new language based off of our own stupidity of not wanting to write things out completely? Can we write things out more, please? All right. Let me read this story. Okay, let's see. Would I be the asshole if I didn't cut my vacation short, even though my husband cut his vacation short? So, if this is a wife, no, well, I don't know. But anyway, let's get into it. My husband went on a 4-day trip to hike the Appalachian Trail with his son, with his son, brother, and nephews. I couldn't go because I have to work, so I decided to stay with a friend, coworker of mine, and have a Harry Potter movie marathon. Millennial core. Okay, let's go. For some context, my husband and I, both 45, got married a year ago and have since been living with his parents. That's pretty It's pretty realistic. Where we live, it's a high of about 90 degrees this time of year. My job requires that I be outside in the heat all day and I work long hours. His folks keep the thermostat at 77 degrees. What? What? I thought I'd get used to the house temp, but I'm tired of always being hot. Last week, his mom agreed to lower the temperature to 76 and 90-degree weather. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I crave the cool after being in the relentless heat all day. All day? Oh no. Oh no. The only reason why I rock with the South heavy, oh my God, I'm being real. The only reason why I rock with the South like real heavy is because air conditioning. Like I can choose when I'd like to be in and out of the heat. All right. I've been in spaces where like we had no air conditioner whatsoever in 90-degree weather and we just had a fan and I was sweltering and I hated it. All right. If air conditioning didn't exist in the South, I don't think I'd be able to do it. I don't even think I'd be able to do it in the North. Real talk. But like the last couple of days, staying with my friend has been heaven. She has her thermostat set at a cool 70 degree. 70 degrees is not cool, girl. I'm talking 67, 65, 63. If we're getting real froggy, okay? My husband called yesterday and told me he couldn't finish the hike and was stopping at the halfway point and coming home a day early. He expects me to come home early too, but I just want one more cool night's sleep and to finish the Harry Potter series with my friend. But my husband made it clear he would be... He would be angry with me if I didn't go home tomorrow. So would I be the asshole for staying at a friend's house as long as I initially planned, even if it pisses off my husband? Okay, a couple things here. Husband is displaying controlling. Okay, first of all, I got questions. Okay, question number one. What is going on for you guys not to get a place of your own? I know times are rough. I know times are hard. I know people cannot afford to like get their own apartment, let alone home, let alone apartment. Okay. I understand that. But what exactly is happening between your husband, at the very least, your husband and y'all's parents, his parents, where you can't at least turn the thermostat down to at least a light 70, but a cool, to me, 67 degrees. What's happening there? And then we get into the aspect of, well, your husband doesn't have a place of his own, so he's at the mercy of his parents. Like, but he's also 45, so let's talk about that. He's 45 years old. And so, he's a grown man, but like sometimes you are at the mercy of your parents. But where is the lack of communication there where you have to you can't explain to your parents, hey, my wife is hot, can we turn down the air a little bit? Is it a cost effective issue? Is there like a lack of affordability for like the light bill? Because that's understandable. But then why don't we have more fans? Like there's plot holes. First of all, I need to know if there's like other ways people are getting cool in 77-degree weather, because 77 degrees is way too hot. I was sweltering at like 78 degrees earlier today, and my partner was like, "Girl, can you like?" He's like, "Babe, turn the air down." And it's like, what is it outside? I know it's like a cool like 67 degrees. Like it's getting cooler here in Georgia. Okay, so my question is, why isn't there communication with the parents? And if there has been communication with the parents, that we make the air a little bit cooler and at least a little bit comfortable for his wife? First question. Okay. Second question I have is, what type of a relationship do y'all have where your husband wants you to like lose all autonomy, that he feels very uncomfortable or almost angry that you want to stay an extra day to finish the Harry Potter series? Like, is that not a red flag for you, that your husband is like, you have to come home now? Because I know, like with my partner, if I said, "Hey, can I stay an extra day at my friend's house?" and it was my friend's house, he would be like, "Oh, I don't mind. Just let me know. Just like communicate with me." Like it wouldn't be an issue. But I know that when like marriage does change things and people do act weird, and this is a part of the reason why I'm not really a fan of marriage like that. It's like that contractual agreement, depending on like what time both of you guys are on. But I noticed that when people get married, it seems like there's like a 360. Like there's men who expect you to do the laundry and cook dinner while also, working a full-time job, and they do nothing except work their full-time job. And it's like there's not that communication of who does what, you know what I mean? Or like what independence looks like, right? Like sometimes I'll do like my little excess enrichment activities, and my partner doesn't have an issue with it. He's like, "Okay, well, just let me know if you're okay," you know what I mean? But I don't, it feels like there's an attachment issue here in this relationship, and there's like an unspoken rule that wherever her husband goes, she has to go, and whatever her husband does, she has to do as well. And already that is breeding grounds for abusive behavior. But then also at the same time, has there ever been a conversation between the two of y'all about, "Hey, this house is too damn high. I know these are your parents, but I can't live like this. Can I just stay? Like, what are we gonna do? Because I can't, like, can you get a place?" And that's another thing. It's like, if you're gonna be like domineering, controlling husband TM, not that I agree with it, but if you're gonna give that energy, alpha male energy, living in your parents' house, then you gotta, then where is the energy of you telling your parents to turn down the air or working adamantly to find another place? And real talk, unpopular opinion, not to get into the unemployment, gender war unemployment conversations, but I'm gonna just keep it a bean. I'm gonna keep it real. You probably should not be considering marrying anybody or being in a relationship with anybody if y'all have to live with y'all's parents. If that's the case, like, did y'all have a wedding? If you did, why didn't you use that wedding to buy a house? Because you don't really need like an elaborate ass wedding. Like, you don't need all that shit. So like, real talk, y'all really shouldn't have gotten married to begin with if we still living at home. And okay, so that's tough love. And I know things are hard right now. And it's probably going to look like in the next decade that people are going to be shacking up with their family much, much longer. But it's just like, there seems to be a lack of communication with the parents, where it's making it harder for you guys to physically, or at least the wife to physically live in this building, right? Or live in this house. And then there's not a communication with the husband to be like, "Okay, listen, my wife," or this could be another man, "My partner is hot. Can you guys like turn down the air, please? Like, what can we do to make this better?" Has he offered any fans? You know what I mean? It just seems like a continual issue of control. It seems like since the parents are in control, since it's their home, that the son can't, like it feels like the son can't speak up and be like, "We're hot, can you turn down the air?" And then it also seems like the husband is trying to project that energy onto their partner by saying like, "Hey, I want you home at a certain time. We ended our hike early." And then especially, hold on, because told me he couldn't finish the hike and stopping at a halfway point and coming home a day early. So you knew that you were going to stay an extra day. This 4-day trip. You couldn't finish the hike, so you're coming home a day early. So you knew you couldn't stay an extra day. So the plan was both of y'all were going to have a 4-day trip. So why are you mad and pissed off that you couldn't complete your 4-day trip? Because, you couldn't go through the hike, right? But then your partner is completing their 4-day vacay with their friend and finishing their Harry Potter movies. I would be more worried about my partner going on an Appalachian trip. And Appalachian hikes are dangerous. Than like if my partner went to go see their homeboy and play Fortnite or some shit. Like I would be more worried about the Appalachian trip, in my opinion, and the hike, right? Because all types of shit can happen in the wilderness. So I don't know. It just seems like some controlling issues that I think the partner needs to address, or like, yeah, just address before shit goes AWOL. So, but my husband made it clear that he would be very angry with me if I didn't go home tomorrow. So he threatened, yeah. So he threatened you. Okay. This is where you extend your time with your friend and watch another series like The Good Wife, even binging that will take like 2 months. Not the asshole, and please reconsider your relationship. You don't threaten the people you love. And you know what's rich is that this man is threatening you, but living in his parents' home. How old are we? No, y'all are both 45. Okay. So he's threatening you, living in y'all's parents' home, and his parents' home. And he's threatening you to do as you're told. How old are you, ma'am? I want to know. Or person. Because this could be a dude. How old are you? How old are you? Please tell me that the age gap is no bigger than like 5 to 7 years at most. Because it's giving very much so controlling energy. He's giving age gap relationship. He's giving wife needs to do as I say. I don't know. If the plan was a 4-day trip, and you wanted to end the trip early, you have to understand that your wife probably, or your partner probably had their own 4-day excursions as well. They should not have to end their trip early because you decided to end yours. That's not a part of the plan, and it should not be this complex or complicated unless someone's actually in danger. Husband is in danger because they're out in the wilderness, So if my partner is staying out in the wilderness for like they scheduled a 4-day trip and they're staying out there for like 5 and 7 days and no one's communicating with me, I'm a little bit worried. But if my partner is out here doing a 4-day excursion with their homies, doing like a Smash marathon, or I don't know, watching Harry Potter or whatever, I'm not that worried. I know that they're safe. Just keep communicate. Let me know what's going on, what y'all are doing. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's giving controlling energy. It's giving husband is emotionally abusive or verbally abusive. It's giving that we're verbally abusive and displaying alpha male behaviors, but we still live at home with our parents and we're 45. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with you being 45 and living at home with your parents. That's like a more realistic, that's just a very realistic reality. Like that's a reality a lot of us are going to have to live, unfortunately, if we can help it, or whether we can help it or not. But it's just like, personally, for me, I wouldn't feel comfortable getting married to anyone at the age of like 45. No, they're both 45. So they're both the same age. I wouldn't feel comfortable marrying anybody at age 45 who's living with their parents. Like, we should not be married. We should be working on like figuring out how to get a house together, how to get our own apartment. Because shit like this gets very, very weird, Yeah, him expecting her to change her plans because he changed his and telling her he was going to be very angry if she didn't comply is problematic. Everything else is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, especially if she's at home safe. Especially since she's at home safe. Coronation Street. What's Coronation Street? Coronation. The legend departs after death. Oh, it's a soap opera. How many episodes? It's on Tubi. Oh Lord, 11,000. Yeah. Honestly, girl, I don't think this marriage is it, really. I don't think you should be with this guy because there's a lot of red flags. We're 45 and we don't have a home, but we're married. That should not be happening. Before marriage, we should work at least having our own place if we can help it. And then we're angry if we have plans for 4 days and I have to end my vacation early, so you have to come with. That's controlling behavior. I would get out of that situation. And I would deem this as no, you would not be the asshole. You are not the asshole. Your husband is. Be very wary of him. And if things go AWOL and if he gets more controlling, let's do a divorce. I hope we signed a prenup. All right. All right. So, next one. Am I the asshole for expecting my niece to contribute while she lives with me? My husband and I have 3 kids. Whew. Okay. Emmett 15, Eloise, I'm not going to read their names. One who's 15, 13, and 8. Oh, God. That's like peak Gen Alpha fuel. That's like right in the divot, like right in the cut of Gen Alpha. I think. Okay, hold on. Let me do some quick math in my head very quickly. I want to see what generation are 8-year-olds in 2025. I think they're Gen Beta, right? No, they're still Generation Alpha. Okay, anybody born between 2010 and 2024. Okay. Interesting. I thought that was Gen Beta. So like the young Gen Alphas that were born in 2024 are like the cuspers of the Gen Betas. You know what I mean? Do we have a new generation name for what comes after Gen Alpha? Does it just end? What comes after? Okay, let me share this with you guys. I'm sorry, I'm like scatterbrained, but I gotta figure this out. What comes after Gen Alpha? Did you guys figure that out yet? I think you should. Does this mean something? Is the world supposed to blow up? Gen Alpha gets older, like girl. What? Anyway, I'm pretty sure they call them Gen Betas. What comes after Generation Alpha? I need to know this. Sorry, guys. Generation Beta, but that's AI overview. Gen Alpha, so then Gen Beta is going to be born from 2025 to 2039. So this, okay, so I say all that to say that this guy, this kid is not Gen Alpha, or Gen Beta, they're Gen Alpha. We live in a 4-bedroom house that is within 45 minutes driving distance from some of the best colleges, public and private in the state. Nice. My niece Sydney, my niece, 20 years old, asked if she could move in with us while she goes to school 30 minutes away so she could save on dorm fees. I told her she could stay with us, but not to expect her own room, that she'd be helping with the kids. And that she'd be helping with the kids. Yeah. Yeah. My husband and I were talking, I don't know about that. My husband and I were talking about putting Eloise Eden in Eloise's room and giving Sydney Eden's room, but Eloise and Eden don't get along too well. Plus, Eden has some kind of stomach issue. We were going to specialists and getting blood and stool tests. It's just taking a while to diagnose. That involves her waking up multiple times at night to use the bathroom, and she vomits a lot. We just, yeah, you gotta check in on that, girl. I hope, prayers up for Eden. Yeah, that's not good. We decided to move Eloise to Eden's room, the smallest, Emmett to Eloise's room, the medium size, and we put Sydney and Eden in Emmett's room. And, oh God, a 20-year-old sharing with a 15-year-old, but that's like a 5-year, that's not too weird. It's the biggest, it has 2 closets, it's right next to the bathroom, and it's the most private. It's on the other side of the house from all the bedrooms. Sydney moved in at the end of July. Her responsibilities are drive all 3 kids to school. Okay. All right, let me just hear this out. Eden to doctor appointment labs that I can't leave work for. Stay with the kids for 1 to 2 hours after school and help Eden at night. Most nights it's not a big deal. She's able to get to the bathroom by herself, but some nights she isn't able to make it to the bathroom. Sometimes she throws up. Sometimes she wakes up with a tummy ache and she needs a little help going back to sleep. Sydney can get us, but she's expected to try to resolve the situation herself first. She doesn't pay rent, car payments, insurance, groceries, etc. We give her about $150 a week as a payment. This doesn't interfere with her schoolwork. She's free between 8 and 3 and is able to leave the house to study after one of us gets home. She's never complained to us about having to help with the kids. In fact, she's offered to put Eden to bed or pick her up from school when she has to go home early. Sydney's parents were on a video call with her when she had to help Eden clean up after vomiting, and she explained that she is responsible for Eden at night. They started complaining to us that we're using her daughter for cheap labor. I told them how much we spend on their daughter, but they're still insisting that it's not okay and that she's the one taking care of Eden at night. Okay, so are you the asshole for expecting my niece to contribute while she lives with me? So at first I thought it was like financially contribute while doing all of this stuff, but really it's just she's helping out with the kids. Here's the thing. I've been in this position before where I had to, when I was in college dorms, I was living with my aunt and I had to help take care of my cousin. And I didn't have a car at the time. So basically, I was in housewife duty. I was basically a housewife. I was cooking, I was cleaning. There were times where I was trying to get us to like we were in the middle of a move, but my aunt didn't want to move. And so I was trying to get her to pack stuff up and she didn't want to pack anything up. So I was basically playing house husband or housewife, right? And I hated it. And I remember my family saying, when you move to Georgia and when you go to college, your aunt is going to have like an infant, but don't, like, you can't, like, you have to focus, like, school has to come first and foremost. Like, don't end up dropping out to be a babysitter. You're not there to be a babysitter. You're there to go to school and get your degree. Don't fall into that, like, trap. You know what I mean? And like, I think my mom's side of the family, the side that my aunt's on, I think there was like this kind of trap of wanting me to like still kind of be connected and tethered to them in that way where they can rely on me and reach out on me if they needed help with their child. But the truth is, and it's gonna sound selfish, but I'm just gonna be real. One, I was falling out of like liking my aunt. Like we were going through our issues and I just didn't really feel connected to her as I once did, which was kind of sad. But then two, um like I have my own life to live. I know it sounds harsh, but I didn't have the child, that was your child. Like I gotta live my own life. And it can kind of tie into like everybody wants a village, but nobody wants to be a villager. But a part of my mindset was I don't want to be a part of a village where I feel disrespected all the time. And it got to the point where I actually felt disrespected, cooking, cleaning, doing all these things, and granted, I'm still doing that stuff kind of now, for my partner because I am unemployed. But the only difference is that there isn't like a sense of rudeness or like smartness or like being disrespectful or being like I'm the elder and you need to respect me, like giving like treating me like more like an ugly stepchild, Cinderella core, right? It's more like, can you help out please because I'm covering all the bills right now, right? Like that's really what it is, so I don't mind doing that. But I think in this regard it can be a very dicey situation if you are exploiting your niece and they don't want to do that type of work, right? Like, because they're in college and stuff. However, to be fair, it feels like you moving in your niece, it is inconveniencing y'all because you kind of have to like move these kids around to have your niece stay and commute to and from college. But at the end of the day, it should matter how Sydney feels about the situation. Now, I have been 20 once, and I haven't been as outspoken as I am now, and I haven't put up firm boundaries as I once did. It can very well be a situation where Sydney doesn't feel comfortable enough to be like, hey, I actually can't help out with all these kids. I have to prioritize work. And so in this regard, I can't really say who's like I can say where there are asshole tendencies, but I can't say like this person is directly the asshole. What I can say is that there needs to be considerations like in mind for how this can affect different people. Because primarily, like looking at it from the parents' point of view, Sydney's parents' point of view, they're expecting their kid to go to school and get their education. They're not expecting them to be a babysitter. And if I had a kid, I would be the same way. I'd be like, you're not a babysitter. You need to get your degree. As soon as you taking care of these kids gets in the way of you getting your degree, we need to figure out a plan B to get you out on your own, get you some roommates to live with, you get a job, pay some rent, because you can't live in that situation, right? Where your school that you're spending a boatload of money on is getting interfered with you taking care of your nieces and nephews, right? So there's that. Um, but then also at the same time, um, if she's not really complaining about the whole situation, if she's not complaining and she's okay with it, and see, this is where we have to figure out like how Sydney feels about the situation. If she's truly okay with it, or if she's overwhelmed. If she is okay with it, then you could just let her like if she can do that, she could take care of the kids and it'd be fine. But it does get very exploitative very quickly. You know what I mean? And my whole thing is if the expectation was to have a live-in babysitter that you would only be paying $150 a week, which I know for a fact you wouldn't be paying an actual babysitter for, then maybe it would not have been ideal to have her move in with y'all. Maybe it would have just been ideal for her to just stay on campus. And so then I turn it on the parents and say, if y'all really do feel like Sydney's uncomfortable at this house and being used for cheap labor, then you need to move her out and put her in a dorm or help her pay rent with a couple of roommates. That's how you do it. You know what I mean? And that's my opinion. I feel like it's not like a clear cut am I the asshole situation, because I'd have to see different sides. I'm getting the side of the wife who has 3 kids and a niece, who's probably going to paint things in a different light than Sydney, who is 20, going to college and taking care of the 3 kids when the wife and the husband can't, who also has a different perspective from Sydney's parents, who are just on the outside looking in and seeing Sydney being used as cheap labor. Which, to be fair, when I was with my other family members and when I was around my aunts, and I think honestly is a big reason why I don't talk to them anymore, I felt like to an extent I was being used for cheap labor. Yeah, yeah. I felt like I was being used for cheap labor, and then I just wasn't being respected as a person. Because it's the whole like, you can't be seen, not heard, or what do you know, you're not that well knowledgeable, you don't have any experience. Going back to what I talked about early on today about like, me about to go to UConn and, become because I wasn't acclimated to college life. It was very much so that. It was very much so, y'all still disrespect me. Y'all don't see me as an adult, but then you want me to do adult-like things and be involved in your adult-like problems when it's convenient for you. And so that put a strain on the relationship. So I would say for the wife to just be careful and lean in to see how Sydney's feeling about this whole situation and to make sure that she's not overwhelmed. Be considerate in that regard. Um, Even if you're paying her $150 a week, like if that's not enough, consider paying her more. Don't be manipulative, as Sydney is, and she's only moved in the end of July, so it's only been a couple months or a couple weeks, no, a couple months. So we don't know how this is gonna like wear on her when she is furthering in her education and in her college career. So I just hope people aren't too reliant, like the husband and the wife aren't too reliant on her and aren't emotionally manipulating her into having to take care of these kids when that's not the priority. And I do see the side of the parents who are like, no, girl, she's not there to take care of your kids. She's not there to be a babysitter. She's there to go to college. So, like, do we need to move her out? If it gets too, in my opinion, if it gets too dicey, if it gets too divisive, then I'd say the parents need to move her out. Like they need to be like, no, girl, you need to come back with us, or like you need to stay in the dorms, and they need to make an effort to move her out, or like at least have her shacked up with a couple of roommates from school, if it gets too bad. But so far things are good, but it's only been a couple months. So let's see what other people say. You are the asshole, man. That's a full-time overnight nurse for $150 a week, and she doesn't even get her own room. Yeah, I can see that. She should start looking for a better situation if she's able to do that kind of care. Something closer to her school with much higher pay and her own room. You, the even bigger asshole. You are the even bigger asshole if you don't give her great references. So yeah, I can see that. Again, I'm trying to like be unbiased, because if the wife is saying that Sydney's okay with doing all of this stuff, and Sydney's actually okay, I don't want to overspeak, but like, real talk, like, can we talk about families like exploiting other family members? Because it just doesn't happen with like nieces and cousins and shit. It also happens with older siblings, like when parents just keep having kids after kids, and then the oldest sibling is the one taking care of the kids. Like, y'all gotta be very particular about that shit. Like when you decide to have these children, people aren't responsible for your child at the end of the day. Like, you are. Yes, there should be more of an effort to build a community, but that's when you lean more so on grandparents or like your own brother or sister to help out, not the nieces and nephews. They have their own life to live. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's actually really bad. They are neglecting their responsibilities as parents. Imagine how Eden's gonna look back on this growing up, knowing that her parents didn't care enough to comfort her when she was sick overnight, and they don't even see it in themselves. You are the asshole. It all seemed reasonable until having to take care of your sick child in the evenings to help if you're away is one thing, but daily is a bit much. How can you stay in bed knowing your kid's sick down the hall every night? Yeah, they are neglecting their tendencies as parents. That is a take. Agreed. Dropping the kids at school in the morning, totally fine, but everything else is too much, especially for your youngest when she's sick. You are the asshole. You're the asshole. She's not a full-time nanny for your sick 8-year-old. She shouldn't be sharing a room with her. How the hell is she supposed to sleep for her studies? Yeah. And she can't necessarily leave classes to take the kid to the doctor either. It's one thing if she's not in class, but if you have work and she has classes, you're the parent, you're the one who should leave or reschedule the appointment. Hopefully she can save up to move into the dorm. I get that that's not no benefit to her in this arrangement. But on balance, you're taking advantage. Yeah, and that's the problem. Because I've been in this situation before where I've had family members take advantage of me. And it got to a point where I had to like cut it out and be like, because I was at school and I I was at school and I remember my cousin had to get picked up from school, right? And it was like my first, second week in school, and my aunt's texting me, and she's like, "I need you to pick up my like your cousin. Like, I can't pick him up. Can you go and be with him and pick him up?" And I remember, because I was 20, I didn't know how to speak up for myself. I was very sheltered. And I can only imagine how a lot of like Gen Z and Gen Alpha like functions as like adults now, being stifled by the pandemic, right? I couldn't stand up for myself and be like, no, I can't do this. I'm at school. This is a priority. And so I remember calling my parents. And I think this is also what pisses me off, because my parents were very like, oh, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. No, it was a big deal. It was a really big deal. It was a huge deal that like I faced a lot of disrespect from my mom's side of the family. Okay, it was a very huge deal, and y'all just kind of brushed it off until like adults actually got backlash. Until y'all actually got the backlash, right? And so I remember calling my parents and being like, okay, so my aunt is calling me to leave college to go and like pick up her son. Like, I can't do that. I can't go and leave college to pick up her son. I'm at school. I have classes. This holds the utmost priority. And my family was like, well, my mom and my dad were like, well, you don't have to do it. Don't do it. And I'm like, well, can you tell her? Like, she can't be asking me to do this stuff. And they're like, you go tell her. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But if you raise your kid to be an obedient, literal, like, child slave, you can't expect your kid to, like, stand and then, like, backlash them whenever they stand up for themselves. You can't expect them to be completely comfortable with themselves in that regard. I really wish my parents in that moment were like, okay, Stop calling my daughter and asking to pick up your son. Like, she can't do that. She's at school, right? But that's neither here nor there. But in this case, I think the parents need to step in and be like, if it's too much for them, I think the parents need to step in and they need to be like, listen, girl, you can't live with them anymore because we have a feeling that this is going to impede on your studies. And if that it gets to that point, you need to get out of there because you're not in school to be a babysitter. You're at school to be at school. Don't let this situation cause you to drop out of school. So yeah, and $150 a week is underpaid. So initially I had the take of, you know, I can see all three sides, but then I stood very heavy on we don't know what the side of the like we don't know how Sydney really feels because she's 20 and she can't really like speak up for yourself at 20. Like you still kind of want to be obedient and it's not your home and all that. We don't know the viewpoint of the wife, like what's really, we only know the viewpoint of the wife, and then we don't know the viewpoint of the parents. So we don't know the viewpoints of Sydney, the parents, or Sydney's parents, or, and we only know the viewpoint of the poster, the OP. So, I feel like at the end of the day, if it's really that bad for all of y'all, you guys need to figure out how to take care of y'all's kids more and lighten the load. And you have to be considerate to the fact that she is going to school and that's her top priority, not to take care of your kids. I guess makes a little bit more sense. Okay, let's see here. You are the asshole. Honestly, I was on board until the sick kid. Getting up multiple times a night to deal with that. And you know what? I think I missed that. I think I read that, but I didn't really digest that she's waking up multiple times in the evening to take care of a sick kid. That can be an overload for someone in college. Eden should have her own room and you should be dealing with it. She's your child and she's unwell. She wants and deserves her parents. Also, I would look up the cost of night nannies to children with needs and you will see where her parents are coming from. Cut the $150 a week and the night wakings and it seems pretty fair for all. I can tell you the price, as I'm postpartum doula and newborn care specialist, and I care for babies for a living, mainly overnight. In most markets, night nannies range anywhere between $18 to $25 per hour minimum. For an older child, some people might charge less, but since I work with newborns and I have certain education and certifications, I charge more than that. But you paying her $150 a week is chump change. And you said your niece doesn't pay for car insurance, but if she's driving your kids around, then you should be paying for her insurance that's standard for nannies. And you should be paying her the standard federal rate for mileage for the wear and tear of her car and covering the cost of fuel for her car. Or giving her a prepaid card so she can pay to fuel up her card. Shame on you, I see through you. Damn. Read her. Sheesh, I've lived in the middle of nowhere for Texas and paid $30 an hour for a PP doula support and thought that was a steal. Everyone closer to the metro areas were $40 to $50 an hour for overnight help. Yeah, I'm a PP doula and newborn care specialist in a high cost of living area and I charge $35 to $50 overnight. Wow. Yeah. Damn, nannies are making a living, but also don't have kids. This is why I don't want to have kids. Shit. Yes, I agree. I especially when it concerned about if she was forced upon a sick child after she moved in. Like, was that part of the deal from the beginning, or was that? Or, hey, since you're here, I feel sorry for the niece, and I still feel sorry for the child. Imagine having to share a room with a complete stranger who's supposed to take care of when you're the most vulnerable. I don't understand. Because your mom and dad don't want to deal with it? Yeah. You are the asshole. You're treating her like a full-time nanny for your Eden. Taking the kid to school in the morning is reasonable. Watching them 3 to 5 is essential. Caring for Eden, as 15 and 13-year-olds are old enough to care for themselves after school. Accompanying to occasional medical appointments is reasonable. Being a night nurse for a sick child is not. Expecting her to clean your daughter's vomit when you are home is not. Your niece sounds like a lovely person who cares for her cousins, and you are taking advantage. Also, your ill child deserves parental attention when she is sick, and you are available at home. I do not think it's reasonable a student take an 8-year-old to get blood tests done and to medical appointments. Clinicians want to talk to the adult parent guardians about results, plans, diagnostic possibilities, and children get scared having procedures and seeing clinicians. The main thing that jumps out at me with the story is OP and her partner are not parenting her sick child well. If they both work full time, and they are probably stretched, but if possible, I'd have parents prioritize the sick child overnight and for any appointments. Yeah, and I think this is a bigger issue with how awful the American dream is right now, because textbook, you having 3 kids and a husband, like, ideally, that's an ideal situation for all of y'all, right? Like, you having 3 kids and a husband in a house, and both of you guys work, and you're able to take care of those kids is, like, ideal, you know? But it's getting harder to even do that. Like, both parents work just to pay a house and take care of 3 kids. You can't afford to do that. So yeah, I'm curious to see what happens with Sydney in the future, because she's gonna get tired. Um, it's too young for her to take on that burden of kids that she doesn't have. And yeah, the parents probably do need to take care of their children. So my consensus is, at the beginning, I needed to see both sides of what was really going on. If Sydney really does enjoy taking care of the kids, if she's okay with it. But, and then, like, really see the point of view from the parents, right? But then at the end, you know, I think public opinion swayed me a little bit down here, and it does feel like you are hiring a full-time nurse for chump change. You're bringing this girl on. Like, if you knew that she was going to be a babysitter, then it would have probably been best to hire a babysitter, or, like, let her know in the beginning. And if you have a husband, because I remember when I was taking care of my little cousin, no husband or BD was in sight. So what do y'all do that requires you not to invest in your kids like that? We got to be careful about having kids so willy-nilly now, because things are more expensive, and we can't, while we do have to work at creating a village, we also have to be aware of boundaries and not crossing them. I think the parents should move Sydney out and put her into a dorm, or put her with other kindred spirits her age. That's what I used to call them, kindred spirits. But yeah, kids that are her age, young adults that are her age, and learn how to be like a roommate to them, than like having to take care of kids all the time, because that could be really stressful. So yeah, this is fucked up. You are the asshole. All right. Am I an asshole for dislocating my knee on a work holiday? Huh. So I'm on a work holiday trip with my boss, manager, and 2 colleagues, for starters. And for starters, I missed my flight because of a work trip. A work holiday trip? What? Hold on. Hold on. Is this really a thing? I'm not. Companies need to know boundaries. Work holiday abroad. Let me look up Wikipedia. We don't use AI review here. Working holiday visa. Interesting. I've never heard of that before. No, I'm not going on holiday to work with y'all. With my boss, manager, and 2 colleagues. And for starter, I missed my flight because of a miscommunication between my boss and manager. They didn't check me in time, so I missed my flight and caught another 4 hours later. Well, already that's their fault, right? That's their fault. Ain't nobody want to go on a trip with their boss and manager. We went out on the first night, and my manager and a colleague were out with me together to a few clubs. We're dancing a lot, and my colleague had left at about 1 a.m. at the club. We were at it, had about 4 flights of stairs. We were drinking there for a bit. Then while dancing, I dislocated my knee, and it went back in straight away, and I was in excruciating pain. Oh my God. My manager picked me up, and I was in so much pain that she then proceeded to tell me, "You're fine, you're panicking because you're drunk." Lucky there was an off-duty paramedic there, and he looked at my knee and said, "Get some ice," and just told me to rest for a bit before leaving. While all that was happening, my manager was trying to hit up this guy and wanted to stay and get to know him. This is unprofessional as fuck. I entertained this for a little bit while I was resting, but soon said I wanted to leave. The guy she was taking was so lovely, and I was a sports trainer, so he was giving me advice on what to do. So I asked him if he could please help me down the stairs when I wanted to leave. An hour or so goes by, and I really wanted to get out of there, but manager wanted to stay with the guy, and I really needed help getting down the stairs, so I kept waiting another 30 to 45 minutes, and we finally got down and we went home. The next day, I had to tell my boss what happened. She got me a sleeve for my knee while out, and I ended up staying in my room all day. Then went to dinner with all of my colleagues. Now today we are at the airport, and my manager just started yelling at me saying I shouldn't have told my boss, and I've now ruined the entire weekend because of everything. Am I the asshole? Girl, no. No, you are not the asshole. This this is why I don't like corporate, or like, this is why I don't really see myself like working under somebody for too long, because of shit like this. You are not the asshole, girl. First of all, I never understood work holiday trips or being flown out and doing like these random ass excursions. Um, a lot of tech companies like to do stuff like this. A lot of startups like to do stuff like this to like create like community, or like work community, or like work culture, to be like, we're the fun company. We're gonna overwork you and then take you to a trip to Cabo, and yeah, drink all those tequila shots with your coworkers that you barely know outside of work. But like, hey, company culture, and when we have a tight deadline where you have to work 70 to 80-hour weeks, like, remember that one trip to Cabo? Remember that pizza holiday that we gave you, where we gave you pizza at work while you work till 9 p.m. at night? Like, I hate this shit, bro. I hate this shit. I really, really do. You're not the asshole for dislocating your knee at a work holiday if your manager is pressuring you to go to a few clubs and dance. Like, that should not be happening. If you guys are traveling for a work holiday, y'all should be doing some safe shit. Y'all should be like, I don't know, sightseeing and touring the location. Y'all should not be at no clubs drinking and shit. Like, that's just weird to me. I would never go to a club with my coworker. I remember I was at this tech company for all but 6 months before they let go everybody, but I done left the job. And they had flown me out to Minnesota. Um, and I could tell they overhired just by like the energy they had. Like, it just seemed like a lot of people were overhired for what they needed. And so eventually they ended up letting go the whole like team department that I was a part of. And really, girl, I wasn't really doing work like that there anyway. I was just kind of like chilling like a villain. But I just remember like we did all these excursions. We were on duck boats. We were, eating at different places. I was staying at this hotel. And I think that's when I started to fall out of love with staying at hotels. Like, I really wasn't a fan of staying at places that weren't Airbnbs. I kind of like to stay in locations where they feel like lived in, you know what I mean? Like, where you have like a kitchen and a refrigerator, and it's not in like this dingy hotel. I think that's when I started to fall out of love with them. And so I'm staying at this place, and we're going to all these events, and we're going to these dinners and stuff, and I'm just like really uncomfortable. I remember drinking too much, and I remember like really hurting my feet, like injuring my feet really bad because I was walking um with bad shoes. And I just remember being like, I cannot be this like loose at a job ever again. And I would feel very comfortable not doing these work excursions. Like, I would much rather leave my work at work and my personal life with myself, and I don't want those intertwining. And I think a lot of the problem with a lot of these startup companies is they just really want you to be like, live, breathe, and eat their startups. You know what I mean? And just like live within the company culture and do like whatever it takes, like go out to a few clubs, you know, 1 in the morning, like we're not girlfriends, bro. Like this is weird. And then after you talk to some people, you wait 30 to 40 minutes to not even attend to the person who is your coworker who was injured. Like that's fucked up. And then y'all are unorganized as fuck because you guys didn't even check the person in on time. I wonder what type of job this was. Like, was this like, you know, small business, startup business, um, you know, big business? Cause yeah, like if you're injured, your manager should not be mad at you if you're injured and you tell the boss like, hey, I can't go out because I'm in pain. No, you're not the asshole. You did not ruin anything. Your manager is very bad at managing shit and also does not care very much so for their employees. And low key is a little unprofessional if y'all are like hanging out at clubs. I don't know if that's the vibe or the energy. I know that like, I don't know. Like I can see in different spaces, like if you're doing like a small business or if you're like in the entertainment industry and you're filming and stuff, maybe you guys might stop by at a club, maybe. But I also feel like if it's just like a regular 9 to 5, why are y'all partying anyway? I don't know you. I don't want to go to a club with you. For all I know, you could spill something in my drink. Like, it's just weird. Okay, so I'm not sure what you said in the last sentence there, but they could have helped you cab and then went back up to flirt. Yeah, like, why are you flirting with people? Why are you flirting with people and then not calling me a cab to ensure I'm safe? That's a liability. Haha, you really ruined their holiday, but that's not your fault. Not the hassle for accidentally getting injured. All I see here is injured while working. Yeah, and that's probably why the manager's upset. It's because you're injured while at work, which is why I don't like work holiday trips, which is why you should not be taking your colleagues out to clubs, which is why, like, y'all should probably be doing safe activities. Y'all should probably be touring, or like, you know, when I went out on my work trip, I was doing what is it? Like we went to a baseball game. Like we were doing very like low key shit. You know what I mean? And maybe there shouldn't be alcohol involved either. So yeah, no, I don't think you're the asshole. I think that your manager's the asshole. That's the consensus. I think they're horribly unorganized, and I think that overall, a lot of companies need to be very careful about the professionalism of of like the company culture. Cause I'm not going to no club. Even if they're pressuring me, like go to this club, I'm not going to no club, girl. No, I'm good. No, we're not doing that. Like, hello? Like, I don't know you guys. For all I know, someone could slip something in my drink. Absolutely not. All right, so ooh, this is juicy. Oh, this post was deleted. Okay. Am I the asshole for not forcing my son to go to a birthday party because of the host dogs? Okay, that's interesting. Am I the asshole for filing a police report on a good friend who was caught on video stealing my boyfriend's camera at a dinner? She has refused to help me either replace it in full or contribute to the cost of replacing it. Ooh. Okay, am I the asshole for tying my friend's hair up at a restaurant because it was falling into his face? Huh. Okay, let's do... Okay, so am I the asshole for not forcing my son to go to a birthday party because of the host dogs? Okay, my son is 8 and is in 3rd grade. He recently got invited to a friend's birthday party at their house. Last school year, him and this friend were pretty close and they started hanging out outside of school. Turns out my son doesn't like going to their friend's house because they have a pair of German Shepherds. This family are big dog people. Because of the dogs, I gently worked it where the friend would come over to our house or go to a third space. More recently, sports have picked up, and so there is less time for these hangouts. So inherently, we haven't had much to address or avoid going to this friend's house. I asked him if he wanted to go to the party. He said only if the dogs weren't there. I said okay. I broached the topic with the friend's parents, and they shut it down on removing or putting the dogs away. They said it's the dog's house, and if we put them away, they'll destroy the room they put them in. I told them my son would not be coming. They got mad. The party is next weekend. Am I the asshole? No, I don't think so. If your kid feels danger from big animals, and I was like this too as a kid. It was big animals, it was mascots, it was anything that wasn't human, like threw me off, right? If your son is uncomfortable with big German Shepherd dogs, and you're trying to protect your child and ensure that they're not going to have a freak out or a panic attack or antagonize the dogs in any way, no, you're not the asshole for being like, my kid can't go to this party because they're very particular about like the dogs there. The dogs have to be put somewhere, right? So something I notice about pet people is that they get very entitled sometimes. Like they get really, really entitled and think the world should revolve around them and their pet. And like, I understand pets are the greatest. Dogs are adorable. Cats are adorable. Like, pets do nothing wrong. But you also have to understand that not everyone's going to be on board with the type of dogs you have and the type of pets you have. Prime example is I live in an apartment complex, and I remember seeing a dude have a cane corso or walk his cane corso. His aggressive. That cane was aggressive. Okay, let me show you a picture of a cane corso. Okay, people don't know what that looks like. Okay, this type of, yes. These dogs are aggressive AF. Cane corso, very reactive, not even on a leash, on a rope, grabbing them by the rope. Out here, yoked up as fuck, walking through our hallway. These type of dogs need to be in really big spaces. Why are you putting this reactive dog, at risk for being very aggy in a very small space like an apartment or apartment complexes, apartment units? I feel like dog people and just pet people in general feel like the world should like revolve around them and their pet and their fur baby. And it shouldn't. And I know like, because one, they're not human, respectfully. But two, like, people are not going to be on board with your dog. Like, if your dog is reactive and ends up mauling people and attacking people, unfortunately, that dog is going to have to be put down, right? So, like, for the safety of your dog and for the safety of the people, make sure that you're accommodating to both, in my humblest opinion. The parents should have no right getting mad that you decide to keep your kid away from the dogs that he's afraid of because they feel like they're dog people, and if the dogs stay in the house, they're going to tear everything up. Okay, so then you're one less friend. And you should not give that other parent shit because they don't want their son around a bunch of German Shepherds because they're uncomfortable with them. You should not give them shit for that. German Shepherds are big dogs. They're big fucking dogs. And from what I understand, they are like really... They're yoked up. They're with the shits. They are. They don't play with them. Okay, those are alert dogs. Like, someone breaks into your house, that German Shepherd is gonna be like, what time we on? Who's outside? Come outside, bitch. Like, that's the type of dogs they are. For your kid to be afraid of a German Shepherd, I completely understand. Like, I get it. And the parent should not be mad because your son feels uncomfortable with their dogs and they don't want to convenience your son by at least, having a dog sitter come and walk the dogs or putting the dogs in the house. Like, that should not be an issue. Or having someone watch the dogs in the house. I don't think she's the asshole. But let's see. Because some people get very, like, particular about pets. So particular that they forget that humans might hold a little bit more precedence than pets. So let's see what happens. Let's see what people say. Now, your son doesn't want to go because there are big dogs that scare him and you support him. Spot. You're not raising a spoiled child. You're raising someone who knows how to recognize when they're uncomfortable. Other parents can keep their dogs loose as much as they want, but they must also accept that this limits who can feel comfortable in their home. They can't get angry because someone chooses not to attend. Parties are fun, not involuntary exposure therapy. You did the right thing. You asked, you offered alternatives, you were respectful. If there is no fix, It just won't go away. End of story. Yeah, people have to understand that, like, how you choose to live your life and how you choose to carry on in your household, other people might not be okay with that. Other people might not be okay with, if you have big, huge. Let me tell you something. If I went to a friend's house and they had a reactive as fuck pit bull, I'm not going to that house. I don't care if you're calling me a pit bull bigot or it's not really the pit bull's fault, it's a trainer. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to that house. I was blindsided once where I went to my partner's friend's house and they had the pit bull there and they were reactive and I didn't know and he didn't tell me until like the day of. But the pit bull was chill and pretty sweet and was like calm and docile. But like, if there's a reactive AF pit bull and they're out here barking at me and like squaring up to me, there's no way in hell I'm going to that place. And you're not going to make me go there. Now, if the pit bull's chill and just like, I'm here and well trained and well mannered, I'm going to go there. Same for a Cane Corso, same for a German Shepherd. But like, if your dog is reactive, even if it's a Chihuahua, bro, and it's like out here biting and nipping at people and attacking people, I'm not going to your fucking home. Because that shows me that you don't have discipline. You don't know how to raise your dog, right? And in this case, the kid is just scared of the dog. They're not, like, the dogs aren't, like not well trained, but it's just, like, you can't expect everyone to be acclimated to how you live your life and how your household is ran, Like, if your kid doesn't want to go to your house because the dogs are too big, you can't be upset or mad about that, and you have to understand that, okay, this is just the situation. Maybe they can do a little birthday thing outside of the house. Maybe they can do a little birthday thing, next year. Or maybe we can do it at a third place next year. Or they can have their own play date. Like, you're not the asshole for, standing up for your kid. Even as adults, we have the right to say no. A few years ago at Bible study, which we rotated homes of, those who volunteered to host, we had to tell one home we would not meet in their home due to the dogs. They refused to put them in a room. The husband thought it was funny. They kept sniffing women's crotches. That is fucking weird. I mean, it's not the dog's fault, but it's just like, you can understand why nobody would want to be in that house if the dogs are sniffing at these women. Sounds like the husband is the reason not to go to the house for Bible study, not the dog. 100% agree with this. I don't know what I'd do if my dog kept sniffing my crotch, honestly. I'd feel very uncomfortable. Not the asshole. And if they can't put the dogs away without them destroying the room, then they clearly have issues with these dogs anyway. That's another big one. Yeah, and German Shepherds are alert dogs. You don't want to play with those dogs, bro. They stay yoked up. Like, sometimes people will put their big dogs in, like these really, really big cages. And they're nice cages. And, like, they're, or crates. And the dogs are crate trained. They're not going to, like, crash out or anything. But sometimes they put them in these, like, really, nice crates. And then they just kind of stay there for a couple hours and they're chill. And then when they're ready to come out, they'll come out. And it's like, I agree. If you can't keep your dogs in the home without them destroying shit, then, like, you're probably not taking care of your dogs correctly. If you can't crate train your dog, then you're probably not taking care of your dogs correctly. Because to avoid any, like, big dog, like, terrorizing your house, you can just put them in a crate and, like, keep them in a couple hours. They don't have to be stuck there, but, you can keep them in a couple hours and then go about your day. I'm surprised by all the people saying it's unreasonable to put the dogs away. We have a dog, and I always ask guests if they're comfortable with large dogs. Yeah. And that's, like, a whole, like, large dogs are, like, intense. They're huge, bro. Some people are not comfortable with, like, four-legged mammals being bigger than them. If not, she can be outside or in her crate while the guests are there. Put her in a crate. There's nothing wrong with putting them in a crate. And they'll be okay. Not everyone is comfortable with dogs, and that's completely understandable. It's also fine for the kid to not attend the party in that situation. It also brings me to another story when I was living with my roommates, and one of my roommate's girlfriend, she came over and she brought, like, her huge dog, and the other roommate, like, freaked out. Her boyfriend, like, freaked out and was like, why is this huge dog there? Mind you, the dog wasn't reactive, and they were working really hard to make sure he wasn't a reactive boy. But he was like, okay, why do you have this big dog here? Like, he's making me anxious. Like, what if he attacks me? Like, and I get that. Like, I absolutely get that. But, like, the dog was chill. he would like sometimes like walk around in circles, but he wasn't really like aggressive. You know what I mean? He wasn't reactive. But I can understand like if someone came to my house and they pulled up, they strolled up with a German Shepherd and a Cane Corso or a pit bull, and already they Aggie AF. I'm gonna be like, girl, you can't come in here. Or if I'm going to your house and those dogs are Aggie AF, I'm gonna be like, girl, you cannot come. Like, I can't. I gotta go. Like, this dog is yoked up, and I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, yeah. This is the breed the army and police used to take down heavily armed, fully grown men. Exactly. Eminently trainable, but one bite from a poorly trained dog could kill an 8-year-old. Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of y'all be like taking these dogs from the pound to be like an ethical dog owner, and that's okay. To be an ethical dog owner, that's completely fine. But you pick up these dogs from the pound, and they're not well trained, and then you don't train them yourself, and you're like, oh, it's okay, he's reactive. And then when he attacks another dog, or worse, attacks another person, it's like, well, now that dog ends up being put down anyway. So like, either raise the dog correctly, make sure you can teach them how not to be reactive, all right? Or don't get the freaking German Shepherd from the pound. Or you know what I mean? Or don't get a German Shepherd at all. Get a Boston Terrier. Like, I don't know. People are always shocked when I tell them we see children in the ER with where dog bites have broken through. Not just a tendon, but also broke bones, especially finger bone. Oh my God. Y'all gotta be careful about them dogs. And I be seeing those videos on TikTok with those big dogs and those babies. It's like, bro, I hope that dog is well trained. Like, I'd be very particular about, like, you know, Fido with like a 5-month-old. I'm just saying. There is a man in my neighborhood who is an amputee because a dog attacked him. When we tell you that wound is filthy and you need antibiotics, you need to take them because septic joints are no joke. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry if I'm a dog bigot. I'm just being real here. Yes, and the fact that they immediately got defensive tells me things aren't under control there. Yeah, like, people should understand, like, how individuals feel about big dogs, you know? And honestly, like, sidebar, I don't even see myself, even if I was living by myself, I can see why. See, look at this shit. These dogs are huge, bro. Look at that baby. And, like, yeah, they're very well trainable, right? But it's just like, if something goes awry, all shit can hit the fan. I've seen Aggie Australian Shepherds, and Australian Shepherds are beautiful dogs. They're another dog that, like, I would love to own. But, like, why is your Australian Shepherd so Aggie? Yeah, they're very beautiful dogs. I'm always in love with the calico color. Like the brown and the gray and all of that. I would definitely own an Australian Shepherd if I had, like, the bandwidth. But, like, that's another one, you know? It's just like, why? Like, your dog is Aggie as fuck. Are we okay? And you're in this apartment. These dogs need space. They need to roam. They need to be free. You can't keep them cooped up in an apartment all the time. You know what I mean? But they have the, what is the name of the dog that I think is so beautiful and very fuzzy? Burmese water dog. These dogs are very beautiful, but there's like a bigger version of that. Like, they're like super big shaggy dogs. Um it, Old English sheepdog. It's the dog from The Little Mermaid. These dogs are so cute to me. And they're not that Aggie. They're just kind of like furry. If I had a big house, I'd probably have a dog like this too. I'm not gonna lie. And I'd be posing with it as well and posting it on IG. But, like, these dogs are very beautiful. And then there's also, like, the Tibetan Mastiff. I don't know who is owning a Tibetan Mastiff. I spelled that all the way wrong. These dogs are Aggie. These dogs are Aggie. Shoot, like, look at this. This is not a dog. This is a wolf in dog's clothing, okay? Like, you guys gotta be careful with dogs. So, yeah, consensus is this person is not the asshole. I don't think they're the asshole here. for not wanting to put their 8-year-old son in this birthday party or have them a part of this birthday party because they are afraid of German Shepherds. Because it's not just that it's a big dog, it's a big dog meant for security purposes that if it's not trained properly, can attack. And if you have somebody in, like, if your dog is already having issues being crate trained and shit, then that is a warning for people not to be comfortable with, um, a warning that people should not be going to your house to begin with. You know what I mean? So, yeah, not the asshole here. I don't see any problem. They're just going to have to be angry. Maybe they need to invest in dog training. You know, they got a lot of dog trainers out there. Invest in that. Maybe get those dogs crate trained. Because if they're already tearing up the house, there's already some disciplinary issues there. So, not the asshole. Okay, let me see. Do I want to read one more story or do I want to eat? I think I'll read one more story and then I'm going to go eat because I'm really hungry. All right, so let's see. Am I the asshole for trying? No, that seems weird. Am I the asshole to ask a friend to contribute if they want to live with me while they look for an apartment in my city? Let's see this one. I like friendship drama, so let's see. All right, I, 25 female, live in HCOL City. HCOL City? What does that stand for? What does HCOL stand for? High cost of living city. Okay. All these terms, man. All right, I'm 25 female, live in a high cost of living city and live in a small studio alone and pay quite a bit in rent. $2,800 for a 400 square feet studio. $2,800 for a 400 square foot studio. $2,800 for a 400 square foot studio. Let's do some math real quick, because, like, this is how you figure out how much you need to be making in order to live at the desired place. So you mean to tell me that I need to be making at least $112,000 a year in order to live in a 400 square foot studio apartment? Are we in New York? No, absolutely not. Hell no. I had a friend, 23 female from college, that got a job in my city about 15 minutes from my apartment. They must be in New York. When she told me I congratulated her and she made a comment about staying with me, this didn't sit well with me as she stayed for weekends several times over the last few months and hadn't made any effort to contribute to the weekends, not helping call Ubers, asking to borrow my clothes because she didn't pack enough. The next time I talked to her, I mentioned if she wanted to stay with me once her job started, I appreciate if she contributed $20 a day to help cover water and PGE, and to help cover the cost of rent if she wants to use my space and save on commuting. I also mentioned if she would like to she would like my help finding an apartment sooner. Mid-month, I could refer her to my building and split a referral bonus with her, $750 each. She told me my apartment was too expensive for her budget, which upsets me because she expects to stay with me for free. She said she would rather stay with a neighboring friend 1.5 hours away and pay to ride the train. Yeah, oh, girl, she lives in New York. That makes sense. $2,800 a month for a shoebox studio? Girl, we live in New York. It could not be me. I'd at least at minimum, in order to live in New York, at minimum, I'd have to be making like $500K a year. Because I'm not living in no shoebox. No. Anyway, I was fine with this as I'm in a small apartment and hosting someone during the work week would be majorly disruptive to my schedule. During her stay with her other friend, the other friend needed her space back for a date night. My friend asked to stay with me, but refused to give me any details of what time she would come over or any other plans. During this time, I am actively trying to make plans with her because other people were making plans with me as well. I wanted to make a game plan for the weekend. She did not end up staying with me that weekend. This weekend happened to be a big festival event in my city, and I didn't want to go, and she wanted to go. This furthered my feeling of being used for my apartment. She later told me that she felt I was using her for money. But to me, it felt like she was using me for my apartment, especially after experiencing her as a house guest during fun weekends. Am I the asshole? Edit. More context. This happened about a year ago, and I have been feeling guilty about this as we have not talked in a year since this has happened. Ooh. I have made an effort to invite her to a group events after this incident and was ignored. This is in a combination of her inviting herself and her friend to my vacation, but not wanting to make contributions to accommodations, weren't willing to make a plan. Okay, so first of all, y'all are definitely beefing over this apartment situation. And this could say a lot about the friendship if nobody's willing to like they're probably not a good friend if they're not willing to like reach out to you and communicate or like resolve the conflict that y'all are having about this apartment situation. The truth of the matter is that this poster OP lives in a 400 square foot studio. That's really small. That is not enough space to host anybody, in my opinion, really. And when you open your home to people to stay for fun weekends and to find a job and to find their own place, then that is breeding grounds for you to get taken advantage of. And I feel like in this case, they are definitely getting taken advantage of by their friend. And the fact that their friend is willing to like stay with a neighboring friend that's an hour and a half away and just ride the train and is just expecting you to like open your apartment to them. But then when you say, hey, like, can you, like, if you're going to stay here, can you like contribute some money so that, you know, I can cover stuff because you are living here. If it gets to the point where they're staying with you like most of the time, it's not just like a one and done visit type of situation, but you feel like you have to constantly like host them like all the time. If that's the case, then y'all really weren't friends like that, and I feel like this friend should be contributing financially, maybe, you know, domestic wise, like helping cook and clean around the house, because you don't have to open up your home to them. And already the square footage amount for like this person feeling like entitled to come in and stay with you is not like hosting material at all. It's just not. Like, I swear to God, New York, I'm pretty sure they live in New York because that city has folks living on top of each other. No fucks given. Not the asshole, she's using you. Exactly. I have an acquaintance from a Bible study I attended. Why is it the Bible studies? Shit. No hate like Christian love, I guess. I have an acquaintance from a Bible study I attended a number of years ago who moved out to the area. I lived out of the area. I lived in the East Coast resort area. At first, I was excited when she wanted to come visit. Then I realized she only calls when she wants to come down. Yeah. When she's here visiting, she's not visiting me. She's at the beach or running the roads. She never texts or calls in between trips, so I stopped saying yes. Trust me, your friend will figure things out. Yeah, they will. They will. She views herself as a guest, and in that context, she views your request for money as tacky. But she's not a tourist. She wants to use your house as home base while living the high cost of living life. And frequently, she's no longer just an occasional guest. Your rates are reasonable, and good luck to her finding for less. Yeah, $20 a day isn't bad. And it's like, if this is in the city where I think she lives in, like, New York is very expensive. And like a city like New York is going to, like, that's just like the culture. You hustle, hustle, hustle. And like sometimes you do have to scrounge some money together, like a couple bucks, $20 or so, just to stay somewhere. It's just really rough in cities like that. So I completely understand if they're like, no, girl, you gotta pull your own weight. You can't keep staying here and living off of my couch. I was using her for money. How? She's the one who was asking to stay. That is true. Not that you want her to stay and pay, lol. Friendship is all about caring for each other. If she can't pitch in this little amount to help her friend, what kind of friend is she really? You need to distance yourself from such people, not the asshole. Not the asshole, she is not your friend. A real friend would have offered to contribute. Go LC or NC. Okay, I don't know what that means. Not the asshole, she's definitely a user. And if you never put your foot down, she'd claim space in your closet. Yeah. Yeah, they're using you. Like, if you really want to live in the city, then either you take the train like everybody else and you live an hour and a half away, or you find your own apartment and pay $2,800 for a shoebox. Like, girl, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. So, yeah, I get it. Completely understand. Not the asshole in this part in this case. Consensus is that OP is living in a very expensive area for the square footage that she has. That 400 square feet is not enough to like host a person if you really were comfortable with them staying for so long. But at some point, if they keep staying there, either we are subletting or you got to give some money, because at this point, like, you're living here basically, and you're using me and you're using my resources, you're using my utilities to live your lifestyle. So you can contribute, you can pitch in, you can pay $20 a day, or we don't have to be friends anymore. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And I find that the one, this one, right, a poster, like, you should not be the friend to hit up somebody when you're coming down, only when you're coming down, and never reach out. You should never be that person. Like, that's really awful. Like, learn how to be a better friend. I'm sorry Icy Activity went through that, but yeah, consensus, they are not the asshole in my humblest of opinions. So that's how I feel on that. I'm going to take a break now because I am hungry and I gotta eat. And all of this like reading Reddit stories is making me hungry. So I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna go for like a 20-minute break, and then I will come back and read some more Reddit stories. So see you in a minute. Very quickly, I want to talk about this book I'm reading, The Secret Lives of Church Ladies. Um, I love it. It's really good. It really like encapsulates my brand as a person. Not really, okay, so it doesn't encapsulate my brand as a person because I really like weird girl horror, but it fascinates me. Um, the way a lot of women in the church have to subdue themselves in order to you know, be seen as like saved and God-fearing Christian women. And not too much of a spoiler because it's on the back of the book. This is about like the different lives of these women who go to church or who are in proximity to like God-fearing women who go to church. And it really like unpacks like their sexuality, their needs, their desires. Um, it's pretty good. I think one of my favorite stories in this book is probably Peach Cobbler. Um, and Peach Cobbler is a pretty sad story, but I think it's interesting in covering a lot of themes from like religion and faith to generational curses and generational cycles to you know, preferences versus desire, sexuality, um, desperation, um, neglect. I think that's probably one of my favorite stories out of here. Right now, I'm on JL, and that's a pretty good story too. Very interesting story. But I don't know. I think it's very interesting how we, as women, especially women who grew up in church or in proximity to the church, how much we have stifled ourselves in the name of serving the Lord. I'm being facetious with that language, but like we just stifled ourselves, our desires, our needs, our wants. It's very unfortunate. Um, and so I like how I don't know. This book really humanizes the women, especially women that I've seen at church when I was a kid, especially like, you know, my mothers, my aunts who have also been like in the church and like their needs and their desires. A good example of like this book is if you listen to Beyonce's Church Girl, that's basically the whole premise. You know what I mean? I don't know. I always felt like, you know, being a Christian meant that you had to be like super tight and correct and straight edge ruler. And the truth is that that's not always the case, that people are imperfect. And I don't know, I've always just went in with rose colored glasses about people in congregations, individuals in congregations in the church and whatnot, about like how we should be living our life. And I also think that's probably why I haven't been able to have a connection with my family or with my mother's side of the family, because you know it just felt like I could not be vulnerable and talk about my sex life like that. I would be judged, you know. And you know, I wish I had a family member here to talk about these issues, but I don't know. This is a really good book. I don't know, it's healing me in a way. And it's kind of it's not like dark romance smut type of book, but you know, the people, they get down, they be intimate, they be fucking and shit. You know, um but it's not in a way that feels like super like, oh my god, I'm blushing. It just feels like honest and raw, and I like this book. So I'm gonna keep reading it. I'm almost done. It's an easy read. It's about 175 pages. And I started reading this on Friday night, and then I read a lot of it yesterday, and I'm on 135. So I feel like if I really power through this tonight, I'll probably finish it. But I really like this book. I would get some horror books to read because the next haul of books that I read, I want some horror in there because it is Halloween. So, but I felt like this book was a required reading, especially if you want to heal yourself as a person. Um, as a woman that like grew up in a religious household, I feel like it's an important book. Okay, so we have reached the second half of the stream. So here is my plan. I'm probably gonna stay here between another hour and hour and a half, maybe. And then I'm going to end things there, and that'll reach the 4 hour and 30 minute mark. We're gonna read some more Reddit stories. Am I the asshole stories? Again, hopefully I'm not reading any repeats. I'm gonna try and read like the most recent Am I the Asshole stories because I know for a fact that not many people have covered them. They're like if someone put them out like 6 hours ago, you know what I mean? So, let's read Am I the Asshole for Telling My Fat Friend to stop talking about getting in shape? Ooh, this is right up my alley, you know? Um, let's read it. A little background information about myself. I am in good physical shape. I diet and meal prep. Pretty much your average gym bro. My friend, on the other hand, is medically obese and a gamer. Every couple months, he'll go on about how he wants to change his life, get in shape, diet, and be consistent in the gym. Then he'll ask me for the same advice I gave countless times, complain about his life and why he's fat. Ultimately, he'll ask me to start taking him to the gym. He'll go like one time, then just flake out and not go again. He'll then randomly start complaining that I never take him. Then he'll give up and repeat this process. I literally cannot tell you. Oh, let me like highlight stuff. I literally cannot tell you how many times I have made workout programs for him, pep talks, meal prep suggestions, and directions. Well, I'm sick of it. I told him this time something along the lines of stop asking me for help. You never take my advice and blame your circumstances on your past. He then went on and told our friend in front of me, hey, can I go to the gym with you? OP doesn't want to take me and help me. I went on to tell him he has no self-control, no accountability. He is a hedonist and blames all his fuck-ups on other people. Then I said, just do it. Stop talking about it your whole life and do it. Am I the asshole? Okay. Ooh, this is like right up my alley for stuff that I like to read because this post has a lot to do with like friendship dynamics, but then this post also has a lot to do with body image and health and fitness, which are things that I am quite an advocate for. Um, so here's the thing. I have been pretty healthy my entire life. Or LOL, let's go back. Let's go back. Hey, one concurrent viewer. I see you on YouTube. So I have been pretty healthy my like for the most of my adulthood years. It didn't start like teetering off a little bit until 21 when I pivoted from being a spicy worker girl to like a 9 to 5 girly. Which sidebar, I need to do a whole like dissertation about that. I don't know if it's going to be in a recorded video or if it's going to be on here, but I just have thoughts about like pivoting and shit, and like what I've learned. But outside of that, um, and back on topic, I started really getting into health and fitness when I was 17 years old. And then it kind of teetered off when I was 27. So about like a decade or so. Yeah, 27 to 28. So like about 10, 11 years, I was really working out hardcore. I was never an athletic girl. I was never involved in sports growing up. I wasn't that good at sports. I don't know if it's the only child in me, but I was very much so like, if I'm not good at it the first time, I'm not going to try it again. Which is bad. If you're bad at something the first time, you should keep trying it, all right? Young Exits was on one. But, like, as I got older, it was kind of instilled in me. And, okay, so, trigger warning. I also came from families who would make, a family who would, like, make fun of fat people every time they had a chance to. And like call out who's fat, who isn't fat. I remember my mom clearly being overweight, like not the skinny that she thought she was. Calling out, well, at least I'm not like big and morbidly obese like this 300-pound lady that's at this food festival. And it's like, objectively, does it really matter if both of y'all are at the food festival eating all types of food? Like, are you no better? Objectively. But not, like, in an insulting way, because I'll never insult somebody about their size, right? So, like, being fat was, like, a big no-no when I was younger. And so then when I started getting into the gym, I was like really obsessed with being like super like strong and like swole and stuff. Like I wanted to look like She-Hulk at one point. And then at some point I wanted to look like Dummy Thick. I wanted to have a big, huge ass. Just being fully honest. And you know, it did work for me. I did more squats, I did more hip thrusts, and I got much, much stronger. But then unfortunately, when I turned 28, I started having a lot of health issues and health concerns, and I couldn't consistently work out in the way that I used to. When I finally troubleshooted those health concerns around like 29-ish, which is where I was, drinking. It was really like a water issue. The water filter that I was using was not good for me, and so I had to switch to just kind of drinking grocery store water. So every time you hear me say, don't forget to drink water, it's always like this big, huge water gallon. You know what I mean? And then after that, I was like, you know what? 10K steps is a big thing, and the 12-3-30 is a big thing. You know, I'm going to take it slow before I get back into fitness because don't, like, let it be known that even when I was having my health issues, I still tried to work out, but because I was just so unhealthy in the gut, I could not work out to the extent that I wanted to, right? Call it, my my age catching up to me, call it the health concerns I had, but there was no way I could eat a whole thing of KFC and then like exercise the way I used to. I just couldn't do that anymore. And so it would be like an on and off thing with health and fitness, but it would never be a consistent, like we're working out for like 3 months at a time. You know what I mean? So once I figure out what the health issue is, I troubleshoot it. And then I go and I start walking a lot on the treadmill. And then after I walk a ton on the treadmill, I end up developing what I believe, I haven't been able to get to a doctor yet, but I think I developed plantar fasciitis because now it gets very, very hard for me to stand for long periods of time. I have to do these weird foot stretches to ensure my feet aren't so, they don't hurt so much. And I'm just kind of, stifled from, doing certain types of cardio because of my feet. And it's also another reason why I have changed my diet so aggressively because I found out that sugar inflames the muscles, a part of plantar fasciitis. So I say all of this to say that I kind of understand the cycle of like, being very active and exercising and having the privilege to exercise, wanting different goals from your fitness journey and not really getting them in the way that you want to. And then ultimately, like, facing an injury that you kind of have to work through, and then having to look at yourself and hold yourself accountable and be like, where were our shortcomings during our fitness journey? My biggest shortcoming was my diet. There were just some things I was doing in my diet that I can no longer do anymore if I want to live a healthy lifestyle. And now it's not so much about like lifting weights and walking and all of that, and like, um, looking a certain way as much as I really want this like foot pain to go away. And so now I can't eat certain foods unless I'm triggering this foot pain. And so I say all that to say that sometimes I see people who have kind of cracked the code for like health and fitness not really give a lot of grace to people or have like that mean like gym trainer energy to people who don't get cut, like who don't like understand the necessities of like fitness and weight loss. I think of that Biggest Loser documentary where they kind of expose the underbelly of how the Biggest Loser was functioning for quite some time and how the way these people were able to lose an insurmount like an enormous amount of weight was not ethical and was not sustainable for a lot of the contestants. And so looking at this person, because, I did a bit of a tangent, but to do a recap, this poster is asking if they are an asshole for telling their fat friend to stop talking about getting in shape after they've told them constantly, they have been advocating for them constantly to, stay in shape, making meal plans for them, taking them to the gym, doing different things to help them on their weight loss journey. I'm not going to lie to you. there have been people in the past who have asked me like what they did to get in shape, what the like my advice on how to get in shape, because I used to be the gym girl that was like working out with the exception of my diet being asked, right? And I just say I work out 5 times a week, 2 times, I lift upper body 2 times a day, 2 times a week, and then I lift lower body 3 times a week, and I just kind of leave it at that. I don't really get into the intricacies. I've had people say, "Hey, let's work out together," and I almost always tell them we probably shouldn't do that. Because I am like super focused in my workout, right? Very, very focused in my workout, and I really don't want to have to account for anybody. All right, yeah. And this is what I mean when I say I'm low key selfish. Because like I'm trying to go in the gym and like boom, 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 go, and then someone else is joining, like someone who's joining me at the gym is like, "Hey, can you like rack my weights and all of that?" And now looking back at it, maybe I could have been a little bit nicer. Yes, but like if I'm in a rush, I really don't have time to like have a conversation about how your day was if I'm trying to get my reps in. You know what I mean? And so I say all of that to say, and now I'm not really going to a gym anymore because I'm not near one within walking distance, and I can't really be on my feet like I used to because of my foot pain. Even if I were to walk to the furthest one, which was like, I want to say like 2 miles away. Don't get me wrong, I definitely get my steps in, but like, I couldn't walk there because my feet would like kill me. And what's sad is that like I, especially these past couple of years, I would start up exercising like 3 months and then I'd have to take a break because my feet would just like not be on board. But I say all this to say that I think we need to look at this from several perspectives. I think somebody who is medically overweight or obese, there needs to be an understanding that something is going on internally with that person in order for them to get to that point where they are medically obese. And it's not going to be as easy as, hey, put down the chips, fatty, and eat chicken and zucchini, right? And first of all, you should not be calling your friend fat. I'm just using that as an example because it seems like the poster is on that type of energy, right? It's not that easy. Like, at some point, and this is what I'm realizing right now, certain food that you eat can be addictive. Sugar is like, I hear sugar is like the equivalent to cocaine. I'll let you figure out what I'm trying to say. But like the cocaina, it's equivalent. Let me do research. Let me fact check real quick. I can't share it because well, I'll just read this. Studies on rats have shown significant similarities between sugar consumption and DRUG-like effects, including binging, craving, tolerance, withdrawal, dependence, and reward. Some researchers argue that sugar alters mood and induces pleasures in a way that mimics DRUG effects such as cocaine. Okay, and this is from the ramseyhealth.co.uk blog. Ramsey Healthcare blog. Okay, so yeah, sugar is an addictive ingredient, and it's in a lot of our foods, and we're eating way too much of it. We're eating way too much of it. Okay, and so it's really not easy for some people, especially at a young age, if you're used to like snacking. See, I was never really a big snacker growing up. I was a big meal girl, and I always drank water. Thank God my parents put me on water because if I was on soda, I don't know what type of like health concerns I have if I was just drinking soda and whatnot. As a kid, I remember not liking the taste of Coca-Cola. And then I also remember like drinking orange soda and stuff. Like certain like sugary fluids made my head hurt. Ooh. Certain sugary fluids made my head hurt a ton. Like it just made my head hurt real, real, real bad. And so, water was just the most comfortable option for me. But also, like, water is good for you too. And so I always loved drinking water. And then later on, I want to say my early adult years, I realized that I wasn't drinking enough water. And then that's when I started, like, really drinking, like, anywhere between, like, 120 ounces to, like, 60 ounces of water, depending on the day. And so I say all of that to say that it's very, very hard. It's to get on board with a fitness journey when your body isn't used to when your body's so used to having like unhealthy tendencies and unhealthy food. If you grew up at a young age and you were eating a bunch of sugar growing up, like a lot of sugary cereals, a lot of sugary snacks, candies, chips, and all that, you never really had a well cooked meal, a home cooked meal. Maybe you had a bunch of TV dinners growing up. Then it's going to be, or ramen. It's going to be a lot harder when you're older trying to get on to a healthier lifestyle. And it is doable and you can do it, but you really got to commit. And I don't know, I feel like sugar has a lot of negative impacts on people. I'm not saying that you should just stop eating sweets in general, balance, right? But I just feel like sugar just it's really hard to like cut yourself from if you're trying to go cold turkey, if you're trying to live a healthy lifestyle. If you like, it's really easy to get addicted to that type of ingredient. And so on the side of the friend who keeps saying that they're going to go to the gym but then stops, I would have a little bit more grace, only because I understand how difficult it can be to wean off of that stuff. Like, I understand how tough it is for some people to just stop cold turkey or to just live a healthier lifestyle. To the OP, not gonna lie, you are a little harsh, but I could completely understand on the OP side not wanting to constantly try and help their friend over and over again if they're not going to be consistent with it. Because trust me, if they were my friend, I would have been like, bro, just like look up this workout plan and do this meal plan, and like that's what I would do. Like, I would not take time out of my day to make a meal plan. I wouldn't take time out of my day to, you know, take them to the gym. Only because maybe now I would, but it wouldn't be like a daily thing. We would not be going to the gym every day. No, maybe like a day in a month. Because I don't know. Sometimes I just have stuff to do. Sorry. I'm not an awful person, I promise. I'm not an awful person. I'm trying to get better with that. But like, yeah, I'm not really like a go to the gym with girlfriends type of person, honestly. Maybe if I did Pilates, but if I'm lifting, I kind of like to keep to myself because I already think I look stupid anyway. But, I don't know. I feel like OP is being a little harsh, but it's warranted because like you keep trying to help your friend and they keep going back to like square one and wanting to eat bad foods and doing the cycle. But then also there needs to be a lot of consideration for how different people respond to things. So for example, OP is able to lift weights and be super healthy and get swole and eat chicken and broccoli and be on the bro diet and whatnot. But like, your friend might not be able to do that as easily. And that's where you have to have some consideration. I think at this point, what would have been best for OP is if he would have told his friend, hey, listen, I'm noticing that we're going through this pipeline like consistently. Like, we're going through the cycle of you wanting to lose weight, you asking me to take you to the gym. I do all of these things for you. I make programs. I give you pep talks. I give you meal prep suggestions and directions and all of that. And at this point, it seems like there is a more internal issue going on where you are not willing to let go of something, or maybe you are having some addictions to sugar. At this point, I would either recommend him go to like a personal trainer, or I'd recommend him go to a doctor. I wouldn't recommend the doctor put him on any like drugs like Ozempic unless it's like, I just wouldn't recommend that. I don't know. I hear Ozempic isn't that great, but I would say at this point, like as an OP, I would just be nicer about it and be like, at this point, it's outside of my wheelhouse. I love you down, brother, but like obviously you're not committed to the journey as you think you are, and I think you might need to seek medical help in order to pursue your health journey and your weight loss journey or whatever. You know what I mean? I think that's the best way to put it without being like awful, because let me tell you something. A lot of gym bros and gym girls will give you the tough love mentality. like the suck it up and get to the gym. But as you see, as I related it back to The Biggest Loser, we saw what that looked like, and we saw what happened when we let that mentality take hold on a bunch of people who were obese. It is not to like it's you should not feel like you have to pick on yourself in order to change your diet up. I guess is what I'm saying. Never should anyone feel like they have to pick on themselves or shit on themselves or hate on themselves in order to um want to lose weight or live a healthier lifestyle. Like, sure, you might gaslight yourself enough to the point where you are going to want to work out more and you are going to want to look a certain way. But then what happens, and this happened with me, what happens if you don't look that way you wanted to? What happens if you don't get super swole like Chris Evans in the third Avengers movie? You know, or what happens when you don't have that big, huge, juicy butt that you see all the IG models get and, you know, pose with the leg out and the scrunched up leggings? Like, at the end of the day, fitness should really be about your health first. And then anything aesthetic wise, like, can we talk about it? A lot of the time, a lot of the people who have like really like for example, super swole or super curvy, especially the gym trainers, I'm not saying all. Sometimes it's genetics. And I've seen people with genetics, you know, naturally be curvy. So, you know, they get that shape in when they go to the gym. Or, you know, they get older. Like for me, I'm getting like bigger hips. So naturally I'm filling out at the bottom more because I'm just getting older and developing. Like my second woman puberty, I'm pretty sure my grown woman puberty, it's on its tail end, right? But then there's also, you know, people who go on roids, like Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Not to name drop, respectfully, but like Dwayne The Rock Johnson, like he was on roids for the longest time and he had to get off of them, and like he's not going to say anything because he was super big. But it's like, you know, what do you say to the person who is doing all the work and putting all the effort, who has that tough love mentality of let's go to the gym and work out and grind it out, and they still don't get the desired results they want? What do you say about fitness then? Because there have been several times for myself where I just felt like I needed to give up. Like it wasn't worth, you know, overworking myself in this way only to see so little results. And so I had to tell myself, like I'm telling myself now, okay, so you want to be healthy, not because you want a big, huge ass. If you want a big, huge ass, just go get skinny BBL. Okay. Go to Dr. John. Like that's it. Like that's it. That's what you want, right? If you want to be super swole and look like a Marvel superhero, you could go on roids, but like that's not safe, but people do it, you know? I don't condone you going on steroids. Do not go on steroids, okay? And if you do get a BBL, please get it someplace by the top-notch doctors. Don't go in the back alley of the Dominican Republic somewhere, okay? All right, and make sure you get your blood work done and your health done and all of that shit, all right? And if you do want to go on like a weight loss drug, though I don't think you should, I think you should try natural ways first, because we're already seeing side effects of stuff like Ozempic. Like, make sure you talk to a medical professional that's not trying to shove medication down your throat and trying to get a sale or reach a quota. Make sure you're going to someone who knows what they're talking about and you've exhausted all your other options before you just refer to medicine, or you know it's the best opportunity, this is the best thing for you, right? Like, that's my piece of advice, all right? But at the end of the day, fitness should be about health first, not aesthetics, about health. Being healthy and avoiding things that are not good for you. Learning how to eat healthier, learning how to live a healthier lifestyle, learning good health practices, not because you want that huge ass, not because you want to look swole as fuck, not because you want arms similar to Vi from Arcane, okay? Not because you want to look like a Marvel superhero, but because you want to live to see another day. Because you want to be able to not be on medication some 10, 20 years from now. Like, that's why you should keep moving around. That's why you should be walking. That's why you should be eating healthy. That's why you should be doing all those things, in my opinion. And I feel like if OP had that type of approach of like, hey, I see that you're going through a lot. I see that this is a constant cycle. Personally, I can't keep going on the cycle with you. I can only do so much. I would honestly ask for you to refer to the workout programs I made, the pep talks I've given you, the meal prep suggestions I've made, right? You know, I can't keep bringing you to the gym and then you give up and then I ask you, like, when are you going to go? Like, At this point, you have to look internally and you need to be making small choices on your own, like little small decisions that can lead to bigger decisions on how you can like live a healthier lifestyle. And maybe not so much see it as I gotta lose this weight. I know we're human and some people do want to like lose a couple pounds, right? But not so much I gotta lose this weight, and more so how can I be healthier, you know? More so how can I get to the point where I don't even want to have sugar anymore, or I don't even want to have gluten or all this unhealthy food because my body physically can't take it. Like, where can I get to that point, you know? So is he the asshole? To me, kinda, a little bit. I think he's a little harsh. I think he's in that gym bro mentality of suck it up, bro, and get your shit together. And people don't always respond to that well. And I think people who are medically obese, who've never stepped foot in a gym before, or who have tried and then had to stop, who've tried and then have to stop, have a very hard time, like, sticking to handling that mentality. So I think he could have been a little bit nicer in his approach. But then I also think his friend needs to be honest with himself. If he really is trying to like get in shape, I think he needs to be honest with himself and be like, okay, what is keeping me from being consistent? What is it about it? Is this a sugar addiction? What little things can I do? Maybe I don't need to go to the gym right off the bat, because really, I'm of the belief that a healthy lifestyle now really just starts with diet before it starts with working out, right? You can work out all you want, but you're never going to be able to outwork a bad diet. So like, maybe I just need to start with food first, get my food in order, and then move on to, exercise and figuring out what little exercises I can do. I don't know. That's my advice for OP, but I still think they're a little bit the asshole. Some people are saying he's not the a-hole. They say he's not the a-hole. I also think it's a little different for guys, maybe for girls, because we're scrutinized for breathing, but also dudes are scrutinized for breathing too from time to time. But in my opinion, I think his approach was a little asshole-ish, but I think setting up boundaries does not make you an asshole. But I also think the friend needs to come to terms with what is keeping, like, if this is something he actually wants and what he can do in order to, be healthier. Okay. All right. So, exercise scientists here. This method isn't going to help him or motivate him, same as taking him to the gym isn't working. When you are medically overweight, there are many factors involved in the reason behind it. One thing I can tell you is that it's more, oh God, my light. Hold on a second. I gotta fix my light. Okay, we're back. Okay. So, one thing I can tell you, is that it's more important to focus on getting him to enjoy moving rather than I'm going to make my camera bigger. There we go. So you can see my face more. One thing I can say is that it's more important to focus on getting him to enjoy moving rather than bringing him into a gym. Gyms are not for everyone. This is true. When I first started going to the gym, I was terrified. Besides the fact that gyms can be a place of judgment, this is also true. A lot of people are mean now. A lot of people have no couth. A lot of folks just be recording folks randomly at the gym because it's funny. A lot of folks are bitches now. They're awful. So yeah, I get it. It's also intimidating if you don't know how to use the equipment, are afraid to get super sweaty in public, or just don't like doing repetitive sets. If you do want to help your friend, my advice is to get him to enjoy moving his body in a way that helps get him off the couch and away from temptation. It could start simply as with a walk around the block. Not only is that exercise, but you get fresh air and sunlight. A walk in the mall, so on and so forth. It starts small. You are not going to take someone who is a couch potato and make them into a gym bro overnight. That's like having someone who is heavily addicted to substances and having them be totally clean and committed to a better life overnight. There's a lot of steps to get to that point. I hope you can help your friend in a positive way for his sake and yours. Absolutely agree with the exercise scientists. I remember when I first started working out, it was a situation where I would work out here and there as a kid. I did stuff like Taekwondo. I did Barry's boot camp. Do y'all remember Barry's boot camp? I saw my dad do P90X. I was like, I'll never do P90X in my life. And then I turned like 19 and I was like, I'm doing P90X and Insanity at the same time. I was crazy, okay? I was really like go hard or go home with my fitness. But, for the longest time, I did Pilates and then I went on a spinning bike because that's just what I was comfortable with. Pilates and a spinning bike. That's it. And then it took me years to just be comfortable in a gym and know how to use my body. I didn't really start hitting up legs consistently and really enjoying leg day and fitness until I was in my mid 20s, my early to mid 20s. And even then it was scary because some people would like look at me weird at the gym. If I didn't do push-ups right, I would be insecure. I still can't do a push-up to this day. I should work at that. But like, yeah, it's not easy. You know what I mean? And it's really hard. And it is exactly like taking someone who has substance abuse and telling them to be clean tomorrow. It's not easy. It's a process. And sometimes it does help with doing things that are enjoyable to you. Dancing, walking around the block, you know, opting to eat broccoli over French fries with your pizza. Instead of a pizza, maybe eating a sandwich instead. Instead of having cake every night, maybe we just have, a bowl of fruit. It's like little things that will get you to the point where, you're living that much of a healthier lifestyle. I'm not overweight, but I was thinking about getting advice from a gym bro when you're starting at square one isn't going to work. It's counterintuitive, but sometimes getting advice from people who are good at something when you're lousy at it is the worst thing you could do. I have ADHD and pretty much all the normal tips for cleaning, organized, executive function just don't work for me. I have to look in communities of people similar to me and work on my own system. Asking clean freaks and then following the advice of cleaning a little every day was disastrous. I would imagine starting to lose weight would be similar. There's an underlying reason why the stereotypical advice that works for people who have their shit together won't work for you. Because you're starting with a different set of skills, habits, and underlying personality. I don't blame OP for getting frustrated, but I also don't think it's as simple as OP's friends need to bootstrap their way into fitting the same mold as OP. OP calling their friends hedonistic and lazy and to just do it is unintentionally very ignorant. And that's what I see a lot of the new gym people, the gym bros that are getting popular. I see them doing that a lot more now. I see a lot of them really pushing this idea of like, just suck it up, fatty, and go to the gym. And as we've seen, that does not work at all. It does not work when you're just like, suck it up, go to the gym. It doesn't work when you name call. But it doesn't work when you're just like, go to the gym, no excuses, blah, blah, blah. It takes a while for you to get there. It takes a while for you to build a routine. It took me years. And even when I say at the tail end of me like working out consistently, because now I'm, injured and I can't really work out in the way I want to, I still didn't get the results I wanted. I had to kind of learn to be okay with the body I'm in now, unless I want to change it. But like, I don't know. I feel like OP's a little bit in the wrong. I feel like OP's delivery could have been a little bit different. Also, another question I'd have for OP is, did you grow up medically obese yourself? Do you know what it's like to be like a fat person? Because as somebody who's went through all different phases of their body, growing up as a chunky kid, losing a buttload of weight, and then getting in their adult years, and then getting older and then gaining a lot of weight and being at my heaviest at one point, I'll tell you till the cows come home. You do get treated differently. You do get perceived differently. The energy is not the same as, oh, well, people pick on me when I was too skinny. People used to pick on me because I was a stick. Like, no, girl, it's not the same. Like, don't even bullshit yourself. Like, stop. Because as somebody who was super, like, skinny, deathly skinny to the point where people were like, are you eating? I still got, like, more compliments. I was still approached more. People, paid attention to me more than when I was, like, 225, like, at my heaviest, Like, I don't like that shit. So another question I have for OP is like, did have you ever been a fat kid? Like, what was that like for you? You know, were you athletic growing up? Because it's very, very easy for people who are not like, they have that skill of like working out and running and doing things to keep them fit. It's very, very, very easy for you to get back into it once you got like stop going to the gym for some time. So like, did you work out when you were a kid? Were you athletic when you were a kid? Did those things happen? And again, people just don't function like you. They don't, and they move differently, and there's just some things that they do different. And I feel like if somebody is medically obese, the best thing you could do is say, hey, I can give you all this advice, I can take you to the gym, but this might not be the best path for you. You need to start small. You need to start going on walks more. You need to start swapping out different food options. Maybe put yourself on a little plan if you can, or just do it intuitively. And then when you're ready, then maybe you can start going to the gym. It can't just start with, let's go to the gym. Like, it's not going to work that way. But yeah. Uh, let's see if we can read more suggestions. This is greatest advice. As someone who is medically obese due to PCOS and thyroid issues, simply going to the gym isn't motivation enough for me to go. And so that's another thing. Like, if you're dealing with, and this is stuff that women deal with, bro, but like, and we're still scrutinized and we're told you have to be skinnier, right? PCOS and thyroid issues will completely fuck up it'll just fuck you up, okay? And it'll make it harder for you to go to the gym, right? So gym isn't motivation enough for me to go. Instead, I asked to join jujitsu class so I could learn how to supervise my kids when they practice at home. I got hooked after that and had been training 3 to 4 times a week over a year. So this is a great option. Like, do something that you enjoy. Back in February, I added in Taekwondo classes and now train 5 to 6 days a week in martial arts, and also take advantage of the fitness classes and the dojang offers when I can. It's totally changed my outlook on working out, and I'm hooked. I haven't lost any weight, sadly. See, okay, so that's another thing that I want to talk about. So let's put a pin in that. Though I am working with my doctor to figure out how to circumvent the endocrine and hormone issues I have and lose it. But my cardiovascular health, strength, stamina are worlds away from where they were when I started, and I've been seeing changes in my body as I've gained muscle. As my husband says, you look stronger. I'm actually hoping to compete sometime in the next 6 months or so. And before someone says anything about my diet, I grow my own vegetables. We cook from scratch. Excuse me. I don't smoke or drink, and we focus on having a balanced whole foods diet, much of which is Mediterranean inspired. Okay, so I really want to highlight this because she says that she hasn't lost any weight, but she's doing all of these things healthy. I do want to spotlight that just because somebody looks healthy doesn't mean that they are. Again, going back to the steroids argument, just because someone looks super swole and like a superhero doesn't mean that they're healthy if their hair is falling out and they're having roid rage issues and they're having cardiovascular and intestinal and digestive issues as well. It does not mean that they are healthy just because they physically look healthy. It also does not mean that they're strong just because they physically look strong. There's a lot of people who lift light who are able to get toned but are not strong in any way. I actually learned that this year when I was working out myself, the higher reps I did, the more toned my body was. But then also at the same time, I wasn't lifting heavy. I wasn't that strong. I was just lifting like 5-pound weights for 25 reps, 4 sets of 25, and so I think this is where like the fat positive movement and like the body positive movement that everyone like shuns now as we're doing this skinny mini rebrand. I think people forget that you could be doing everything right, and in my case, I was doing everything. Well, I wasn't doing everything right. I wasn't eating healthy enough in the way that I should have. But in this OP's case, they did everything right. They found something they liked. They're training 5 to 6 days a week. They are exercising for health, right? But because they have PCOS and thyroid issues, they're not losing any weight. And so I get really, really mad because, again, we're doing this like gym bro, toxic workout energy rebrand. I do get really, really mad when people, are very harsh to the point where um, they're just calling folks like mid-sized people fat and saying that they're overweight and obese, right? Even if you call an obese person fat, like in a disparaging way, like I get very annoyed and angered by that because it's like you don't know what they're going through personally. You don't know if they've already gotten like they've lost like 100, 200 pounds, and this is where they're at right now, and they're doing the best they can. You don't know if they have thyroid or PCOS issues, and if you are in ideal shape where society accepts you, the way you look, you better hope that you don't run into any PCOS or thyroid issues or any other ailments and injury, later on down the line. You better hope that's not you, bro, because it's very difficult. It's very tough. It's very tough for me now to work out the way I want to because of my foot injuries. And unfortunately it can kind of factor into me like lifting weights in general. It's just tough for me right now. There are certain foods I cannot eat without things being triggered, like caffeine and sugar now. Like you really better hope that's not you, which is why I hate the tough love, get in the gym bro approach. Because, or like, you're still fat, you need to lose more weight, because it gets very toxic very quickly. You can develop an ED, and at the end of the day, you should be working out to get yourself moving so that you can stay on this planet longer. You should not, in any way, shape, or form, be working out, though people do it, to look good, because that can go. You wanna be able to, have a good cardiovascular health at 75. You don't want to have to rely on medications at a certain age. So yeah, this is great advice. I'm glad that the dietitian came in and said, hey, this is like physically impossible for your bro. Like, you need to take a different approach. And I'm also glad that this person came in and talked about their own personal experience of how they went through their weight loss journey and how they still haven't lost any weight, but they're still training because they know that this makes them feel good, and that we should really stop judging health based off of how people look. Yeah, that girl's a size 2, but she's over here starving herself every other day eating cucumbers and water. Are you encouraging that? Do you want to encourage that lifestyle of eating cucumbers and water? Of eating sleep for dinner? Okay, so I'm gonna be real with you. So Tony Fine is the individual who came up with the eat sleep for dinner tag, right? So this is a tangent, but Tony Fine came up with like the eat sleep for dinner tag on TikTok. Tony Fine is like this fitness coach who looks in between Tony Childs from Girlfriends and Coco Jones, the R&B singer. All right, like I don't know how she can balance the two, but she looks like them. And I used to like hate her guts. I did, because I didn't like how she was telling her audience to like eat sleep for dinner, that you're like big back. I hate the term big back. I really, really do. Even when people are like big back, or I'm like big back activities, I don't think that's really nice to use. But her lives would be like super, super harsh, right? And really awful. So I bought her plan and I'm on her plan right now. And that's what's kind of changed my way of eating. And even though she says stuff like eat sleep for dinner, I have noticed that the food in her diet is very it doesn't make you want to eat anything else. Like, you're satiated. So even you should not be hungry on her diet. I will be critical of her and say that while her diet plan really works and it really helped me a ton in my journey to get healthier, I do not like the big back jokes, and I don't like the tagline eat sleep for dinner. It can get very dangerous. But I will also say that she's done a very good job with her diet plan, and I do recommend it if you are trying to. And I'm not sponsored. I don't have a code. I'm just, being, like putting a black woman on, I guess. Like, I just think that you should, what's the word? Like, if you're serious about your health journey, consider her health workout plan. However, if you don't like the fat phobic comments and you're like, no, I don't want to support her, I totally understand, though I feel like she does it for jokes, and the more you like listen to her lives, because she hates skinny talk too. Um, and I don't like skinny talk either. Skinny talk is like toxic skinny Tumblr. Like I don't understand why people want to keep repeating like toxic eating behaviors. Like I don't and fitness behaviors. I don't know why y'all just want to keep repeating the same cycle. Why don't y'all just want to break the cycle and get to this point where you're like, hey, what if I just worked out so that I'm healthy? What if I just worked out so that I'm healthy, period? That's it. That's it. I'm just trying to be healthy. I'm just trying to make sure that when I'm 60 and I fall, I can get up easily. Like, what happened to that? Why are we so focused on, like, you're not a dog, don't reward yourself with food? Like, girl, you're no better than the thigh gap people from the 2014 Tumblr days. Stop. Relax, chill. Jesus. Okay. So, yeah. You are the asshole, but and you need to be a better friend, but and just tell him what it is. I would say at this point, if you're frustrated, to just go and reach out to a medical professional. Okay. Um, Am I the asshole for telling a woman to charge a guy more at a yard sale? I was shopping around our city's yard sales yesterday and stopped to look through some clothes. While I was looking, a guy walked up and asked the old lady running the sale if she had anything golf related. My ears perked up because I have just recently gotten into golf. The lady said she had her late husband's clubs but didn't know what they would be worth, so she dragged them out to show the guy. It was obvious the guy knew golf by the way he took a couple practice swings, and you could tell by his car and clothing he appeared to be well off. As he looked around the bag, the lady was telling him that her husband had just passed and that she didn't know if the clubs were worth anything. He said they weren't, and they that great, and offered $200 for everything. She seemed hesitant and said she didn't know, and he just kind of talked over her and said, "Here, I'll go grab the money," and walked toward the car. I walked over to see what was in the bag, and for anyone who knows golf, I'll throw this out there. Almost new GT3 driver and 3-wood gently used Mizuno irons, nice Titleist wedges, a very nice looking Scotty putter, great condition, Titleist cart bat. Okay, I'm gonna just type this in. I'm gonna put this in here. Okay, is this what it looks like? All right, and how much are these things? For context, whoa! New $1,000 for this boring ass game? $1,000 for a golf club? Driver men's hour. Okay, that's whoa. The stuff combined would be a steal at 1K. Obviously, this lady's late husband had spent a good money on those clubs, and I felt bad for her, so I told her she should pass on that guy's offer and have someone at a local course pro shop help her price the stuff out to sell if she wanted. She seemed totally shocked when I told her the driver and 3-wood were probably worth $800 alone. When the guy came back, he was glaring at me when he tried to hand the lady the cash and said no, and she said no thanks, and that she was going to get this stuff appraised. He got upset and told her she can't back out of a deal, so I chimed in that they didn't really make a deal. He got pissed and told me I needed to mind my business. The lady then told him she wasn't interested again and to please leave. He walked to the end of the driveway and just stood there angry like my toddler would before he walked away, and he called me an asshole and stomped off. Ugh. The whole thing was more funny than anything to me. I was telling this story to my coworkers today, and they were all dogging on me, saying I should have kept my mouth shut and let the guy get a good deal, but it felt wrong letting him rip her off. So am I the asshole here? No. Especially if this is like a woman's late husband's items and she needs to sell them for like money. Like, you don't know this woman's condition, like this new widow, like their condition, if they have money like that. I don't think it was bad at all for you to like pull her aside and be like, "Lady, you need to get this appraised. Like, you do not need to be selling this for $200." If anything, I think the pushy man with all the money and who seemed to be well off, who was trying to offer her $200 for the glove clubs, if anything, he was the asshole, okay? And him stomping off after she like rescinded the offer, just like juvenile energy, because you know for a fact if he had to sell his golf clubs, he would not be selling them for no $200. I don't think he was a bad person at all for like letting her know, hey, this is worth a lot of money. I think especially since she lost her husband and she does not have money like that anymore, or she doesn't have, like, we don't know if he was working or not, but you know, you have two bodies in a household. 9 times out of 10 in 2025, somebody's working, right? Like at least two people are working. At minimum, one somebody's working. We don't know if he was the breadwinner, if she was the breadwinner, if they both were working. You know, she could probably use all the money she could get. So no, I don't think this guy was an asshole. I think he had every right to step in for this lady and be like, listen, you need to not sell this off to anybody. The person that she was selling to was the asshole in the situation. Congrats, OP. I'm on OP's side. I was telling this story to my coworkers today, and they were all dogging me out, saying I should have kept my mouth shut and let the guy get the good deal. You work with people who would support a guy ripping off a widow who expressed disappointment that you wouldn't let it happen. Why do you ever speak to these people? Are these even people? Exactly. Like, hello? I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know. I don't believe that last part. Maybe it did happen, but I wouldn't want to work with those people. The fuck? Like, I'm not gonna tell you anything about my life. That tells me a lot about your character. Those people are awful. Jeez. Let me tell you something. Her husband literally torpedoed back to this world through you to stop that shit from happening. Exactly. ETA, I have no idea how awards work, but oh, okay, never mind. All right, yeah, I agree. I agree. She should get more money. This man was about to scam this woman. Yep, normally I'd say you are an A for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, but that dude was an A for trying to take advantage of the widow. F him. You are a good Samaritan. You are not the asshole. Yes. Fun anecdote. I knew a friend's husband was a pile of trash when he bragged about getting a really expensive niche item from a Craigslist ad posted by a disabled lady because she spelled the name of the product wrong. She hadn't been able to sell the product for months for several months despite keeping the ad updated, and was desperate for money due to an upcoming surgery. He made like a couple $1,000 on the deal and was elated. Lost all respect I had for the man right then. I was proven right over the course of a few years after. Yeah, especially if she needed the surgery. I would have been nice about it and been like, hey, you need to sell this for more money. Yeah, I don't know. People are so cruel and selfish. See, like, I'm selfish, but in like a self-care kind of way. You know, I'm not selfish in like I'm gonna scam you out of your worth type of way. Like, hello? And I think every woman should be selfish in a self-care type of way, honestly. You know what? Everybody, you know? Top comment there. No, you're not the whole. You're not the whole. You did the right thing, regardless of circumstances. Knowing the right value range, she then can decide herself if she wants to take a lower offer or for expedience. Let me tell you something. Her husband literally, and she didn't even go get to throw clay on a pottery wheel to make that sexy bowl. Damn it, Mort. Oh my god. She didn't have the clubs sitting out for the sale with a $1,200 price tag. I think that would have been very different. She wasn't ready to sell them because she didn't know what they were worth, and he set the price. See, and that's another thing. Pushy, 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 pushy. It doesn't sound like she even agreed to it. Good for you, OP. Yeah, I agree. Rich dude had the money, just didn't want to spend it, and happy to screw a recently bereaved woman to do it. You called out a basic indecency. I'm sure he'll get another opportunity to be a dick and will take advantage of them. Yeah, I feel like, especially if you have money, as the buyer, I would have been like, listen, this is a lot of money, and this is worth a ton. Let me just give you what it's worth, and I'll take it off your hands if you don't mind. You know, like, good Samaritan effort, I guess, but I don't know. So consensus is no, the guy isn't the asshole, but the guy who was being pushy to the widow for the golf clubs at the yard sale, definitely the asshole. Definitely. All right. Update. Am I the asshole for refusing to help my boyfriend's dying mother while planning a trip to Europe? Okay, so we have 9-ish minutes left. I don't know if I'm going to read another story or if I'm going to cut it here, but let's read this and I'll see how I feel afterwards. So, a lot has first time updating posts. I hope I'm doing it right. Well, what's the first story? Maybe I have to click on their. Okay, I don't know where their last post is. Okay, so let's do a different story. um, all right. Am I the asshole for the post has been removed by the moderators? Am I the asshole for helping? Okay, okay, that's weird. There's multiple Am I the assholes? Okay, let's do a different one. Am I the asshole for finding out my BF was lying to me through listening devices? Ooh, this better be juicy. Throwaway account because I don't regularly use Reddit. I have female 32 have been dating my boyfriend, male 58. Male 58. You 32 and you dated a man that's some 26 years older than you? By the time you came into this world, he done graduated college, girl. He done graduated college, probably has a job supporting himself. Let alone like forget being able to vote and drink and shit. Goddamn, 28, 26 years? Yeah, 32 minus 50, 58 minus 32 is 26 years. For about 2 years now. Let's call him Joe. A few moments I overheard Joe talking to someone on the phone and invited them over a day Joe knew I would not be home. I suddenly asked him his plans for the day and he brushed it off, saying he wasn't doing anything special. Something didn't feel right and I did not trust the person who was going to be visiting. They are a very sketchy individual and known to do some horrendous things. How are you 58 hanging around people who do awful things? You old blood, you've passed unk. You old blood at this point. You have no business being around dangerous people at a big age of 58. So what I did, and I'm not proud of this, I got a listening device that I put in a common area outside the day that I went away. When I came back, I listened to what was on the device, and I was not prepared for what I heard. I'm going to give you the short version. I found out sketchy individual did not come over to the house. However, I heard Joe talking to his daughter about me, telling her that he's asked me change my appearance. I naturally have a significant amount of body hair and I don't shave, something he told me he absolutely loves about me, telling me that Joe repeatedly told me to shave and how it's not appropriate and how I'm refusing to, and that I know he doesn't like it. They were laughing about my appearance, which really hurt, because I thought I had a partner who liked me as I was. On top of that, he was telling her that our relationship was over, and he has told me to move out multiple times. This was all news to me. I thought we were doing great, and after a year and a half of Joe asking me to move in, I finally did, 2 weeks prior to the situation. Not only did I hear the conversation, but shortly after that, Joe was talking to his friend about all these intricate plans to move out west together and how I wasn't coming along and how our relationship is over. I was hoping that this was just a fluke and Joe was just attention or sympathy from peers, but to be on the safe side, I kept listening for a week, and every single conversation was the same thing about how the relationship is over and how he's moving and leaving me behind, how he's asked me multiple times to move out, how I have been begging him to take me with him, etc. And all the time, Joe has no idea that I'm aware of what's going on right now. So after a week, I confront him. He denies everything, and when I tried to have him listen to the audio. He refused and kept talking over it, saying he doesn't remember saying any of that. Wow. Joe said that conversation with the friend was not real, and they always make plans, and I could ask his daughter because he would never do something like that. The daughter's going to take the side of her father. He then turned the situation onto me. Wow. Saying how I can't be trusted because I was listening to this personal conversation, and that how he would never do that to his partner. Keep in mind, I'm very open about what's on my phone, and when Joe asked to see my phone, I have let him. Am I the asshole? No, girl. First of all, you're dating a 56-year-old man, or you're dating a 58-year-old man, and he's moving like a 19-year-old. Like, that's the first problem. Second of all, the fact that your boyfriend is 58 and he's dealing with horrendous people at his big age is sending me. And him talking shit about you to his daughter. First of all, I don't know. Okay, this is real talk. I don't know how old his daughter is. I have no idea how old his daughter is. But if I was his daughter, and like, okay, I would clock my dad a little bit. I'd be like, listen, if this is an issue with your girlfriend, why don't you pull her aside and tell her? Don't tell me this. Like, what am I gonna do? I'm your daughter. You know, like, we as ladies gotta be careful with that. Because it doesn't happen with just like our dads, right? I think it starts at home, whether you have a dad in the family, a dad at home or not. But like, we'll immediately like start taking the side of a dude, like a guy friend. I've done it before in the past where I've just taken the side of a guy friend, and like take his side of the story and then not hear like the woman that he might have slighted or the girl that might have been affected by him. I've done that before. I've lived and I've learned, because 9 times out of 10, it's loaded in some isms. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's loaded in some sexism, some misogyny, like. And, you know, every time a dude is like, oh, well, I just don't understand. She's just so crazy and she does this and that. And, you know, I tried to let her off nicely. It's just the relationship wouldn't work. And she kept calling me and she kept doing this and that and the other thing. And it's like, well, what did you do at some point? Because it's just not her. Like, you must have done something for her to be this quote unquote awful. It takes 2 to tango, right? And so as a daughter, I really wish, and I know that's her father, but even then, like, no excuses. Your dad is 58 years old, moving like a 20, an 18-year-old. Like, come on, that's petty. And then when the OP approaches the father, the father is just like, oh girl, it's your fault for listening in on me. Why did you listen in on me like that? That's someone who's guilty. And that's just fake. That's fake bitch energy, respectfully. That's like that hee hee ha ha love you, girl, yeah, we're besties, and then behind your back talking all types of shit about you. I hate those people. I hate fake bitches. I'm sorry. I really do. And he's giving fake bitch energy as your boyfriend. And another thing with the body hair, I'm so sorry, but like, there comes a point where it shouldn't bother you that much that your partner is a human and has body hair. Like, that should not bother you as much. Like, if you don't like the armpit hair, sometimes I don't shave my armpits, I'm not ashamed. And sometimes I don't shave my legs. Like, if you don't like that, you know, you can tell them and be like, hey, you should probably take care of yourself. But also at the same time, like, don't do a 360 with your daughter and be like, she's just so gross. I wanted her to shave, and then you tell this woman that she shouldn't shave. Like, that's fake bitch energy. Not to focus so much on the daughter, but more so on the guy. He's the asshole, and I think she should leave. And this age gap is wacky. My opinion about age gaps is interesting. Personally, I don't think a decade-long age gap is weird to me. My mom and my dad are 10 years apart, or like 9 years apart, and like they get along just fine. So it's never been super weird. I think my dad was like in his 30s when he met my mom when she was in her mid-20s. And some people would be like, whoa, like, why would you do that? That's weirdo behavior, but it's never been weird to me. It starts getting very weird when you're like in your early 20s and the dude you're fooling around with is flirting with 50 to knock it on 60's door. That's when it's like, okay, that's creepy. Like, it's not illegal, but it's also just like, I wouldn't I wouldn't do that. He's about to siphon your youth real quickly. But when you get to the age of like 30, like we're grown at that point. So I'm never gonna be like, oh, this weird age gap. You know, he's 60 and you're with him and he's almost like 30 years older than you. Like, no, you're grown. Frontal lobe has developed. You know what you're doing. You know what you're getting yourself into. But still, regardless, it's a weirdo behavior. It's not as weird and as creepy as I've seen people like grown men uh terrorize these 18-year-olds, like 40-year-old men terrorizing 18-year-olds. It's not like that creepy where I'm like, no, that's weird. But it's very much so like, that's a little old, girl. But people do it and it's okay. I think Tracy Ellis Ross said that she's like in her, how old is Tracy Ellis Ross? She's in her 50s and she's dated a dude who's been like 27. She's talked about it. And then Shannon Sharp's done ass chimed into the conversation and said it was weird. And it's like, bro, easy. She's not over here talking about big black babies and playing race play with motherfuckers. Relax. So, it's still weird. It's still weird, but it's legal. Like I don't know if I date a 60-year-old. Unless it's like a sprinkle situation. I don't know if I'd be dating a 60-year-old. Unless he's my sponsor, like, I don't know. And even then it can get very weird because like old people are very like old men, like I just don't trust men with a lot of money, and I just don't trust older men, like boomer men. You know what I mean? Even though this might be Gen X. But yeah, no, you're not the asshole, girl. He definitely is. And I would find someone closer to your age. Cause like how are you 18? How are you 58 carrying on like an 18-year-old? Like, how did that happen? Immature. Should you have set up the listening device? No. But this man is old enough to be your father and he doesn't like you. You gotta leave him. Yeah. It's better you learn this way. Like, yeah, it's like betraying his trust, but like also he's betraying your trust by talking shit about you. I'm on her side. Maybe that's a toxic take, but I am on her side. It's so confusing because he showered me with compliments for 2 years, as they do, telling me that I am the best partner he ever had, yet he tells people close to him something completely different. That is like psychotic behavior. It's because he's an old man and you are young and he thinks he can control you. How did the two of you meet? Ooh, T. He thinks he can. We met at work and the relationship started as him being my submissive. It's a weird, complicated situation, and long story short, he said he was only being my submissive to try it out and see it out for me, and says he's dominant. Legit calls himself an alpha male now. Someone's been hitting up the Joe Rogan. See, I gained feelings for him when I guess he molded his personality to be what he thought I wanted. I should have ended it right away when he switched, saying he was never submissive. Yeah, he only likes you because you indulge in the kink. Oh, this is sex. This is sexual. He doesn't respect you. Leave him. You should have kept it. You should have kept it sexual with your hand out. You should have been like, all right, bet. Like, you trying to do this? Like, that's why you should have kept it. Yeah, he only likes you because you indulge in his kink. He doesn't respect you. Leave him. Good point. And considering I have more real life experience than him in the scene, you would think I would know better. Hearts are dumb, bro. Yeah, they are. Girl, I'm sorry. That should have been like a sugar daddy situation. Run, do not walk. Run away from this dude. Yeah. Should she run though? I feel like that should be reserved for situations that are volatile and dangerous. This asshat and his manipulated ways may be a confident saunter in the opposite direction. Possibly whilst flicking the tail of her scarf across her shoulder and saying, I like that one. All right. I feel like you were young and gave him confidence he needed to start acting like his true self again. Oh, yeah, guys do that when they get older. They get a pretty young girl, and they're like, I still got it, and then they start acting weird. He's all hot to trot because he pulled in a young woman. He also sounds super insecure in a relationship, trying to sound cool in front of his friend and daughter by saying those things. I don't like how he's talking shit about you to his daughter. I don't like guys who do that. If you're watching me right now and you're a dude and you know me personally and you want to talk shit about a woman who did you dirty, don't do that anymore. I'm not, I don't, I, boundaries. Like, I don't want to hear it. Like, go talk to a therapist, but don't talk to me. I can't help you. You were a challenge, and now that he's gotten you to move in, he feels like he won the challenge. Men don't like that. Don't change. That's true. Um, I've never experienced this really personally, but I've heard stories about this happening. Um, okay, this is real talk. This is real talk exes time because I don't know how long I'm gonna be here and if I'm gonna leave in the next half hour or sooner than that. Okay, so OP is not an asshole. But here's what I want to tell the ladies about the menses is the older I get, the more I start to realize that men really have like this dominating personality. Like not all of them, right? And I shouldn't say not all, but like a good chunk of them have like a very like bird and caged bird theory. Like they will honor you and idolize you and think, wow, you're so cool and awesome, and tell you everything you want to hear, like this guy did. And then eventually, when they finally get you where they want you, they show their true nature. And I'm starting to hear that this is a pattern and that this is not uncommon. Like this is a constant thing that men do. I think if it weren't to work out with my partner or if anything were to happen to him, I don't think I would ever date a man again. Don't think I'd ever date a man again. Not to say that like a woman would be any easier, but or safer because the same thing could happen. But I know too much now. um, it feels like a lot of men like what they do is they like once they conquer a challenge, they want to move on to the next more interesting thing. You know, once they conquered the challenge of the good girl, now they want to try and get the bad girl. Once they conquered the challenge of the natural girl, now they want to get with the baddie. Once they conquered the challenge of the baddie, now they want to get with the BBW. Like you know what I mean? It's just like they just want to have like a roster, some of them, like a stable, and it's weird and it's deranged. But unfortunately, I think that's how society has groomed men from a young age to just take up space, take up as much space as you want, and I've told women to shrink. That I think a part of it is like this like domineering idea of like, what can I do to convince this woman that she is the one to get her in my claws and then beat her down when I'm no longer into her. I think it is very pathetic that OP's partner did not just sit her down and say, hey, I kind of think it's gross that you don't shave, or like just say, hey, I'm very uncomfortable with you not shaving, and then say, hey, I think I'm it's not working out for the two of us. I think we should break up. Like it just shows that he has like punk ass behavior, that he's not able to like go pull the woman aside, the woman that he's with aside, and be like, hey, this isn't working out. That he has to talk shit about her and to his friends and to his daughter in order to like say how he really feels. And that is just so awful. I don't know. I just like I feel like ladies who are out there dating, you guys have to be really careful cuz like between the social media apps and between or the dating apps, excuse me, between the dating apps, between the radicalizing of social media platforms where algorithms are moving specifically and exclusively just on rage bait content, and between like a lot of women just waking up and understanding how dating and like patriarchy like works, I think y'all really need to be careful about giving these men your time, in my opinion, and just be aware of someone who's love bombing you. It's just like so crazy that some men will literally be out here cosplaying a completely different person just to get you in their clutches and then just to disregard you when they no longer want you, or pretend that they're disregarding you when they no longer want you. That's the worst thing you can do. You know? Love comes in cycles. So you're not always going to love your partner all the time, but to completely like pretend that you're like someone else completely is ridiculous. And one could say, oh well, she's kind of in like the swipe work scene, like what did you expect? And to combat that, I've known swipers who live very like comfortable lives and have meaningful relationships, but also on top of that, like it doesn't matter because this shit happens in real life too. Like this shit happens not even in real life, but like in like professional settings and traditional courting and the most modest of ways. People will put on a version of themselves, mask themselves, and then expose the mask when they're done, when they finally got the person. It happens all the time, especially when like a partner feels like they can control you. That's when they really they really let down their true nature, which is why I'm very like no marriage, no kids. That's not the number one reason why, because those things will hold you back as a woman. Just like, oh, this is a great way to end things. Just like the first story that we read, where the woman was asking if she was an asshole for wanting to stay an extra day with her friend and not have to live with her husband or stay with her husband on vacation in that incredibly hot house that his parents own. Just in that way, you know, and then he say that he would be angry if she didn't come like a day earlier or whatever. Just in that way, you can easily tell like some men are just like they, I don't know, they're just very manipulative in that regard, and that it's all about conquer and dominance. Like the old dude didn't even have his own place talking about I'm gonna be angry with you if you don't spend the rest of the vacation with me, even though both of y'all had a 4-day vacation. Like talk about control. How are you gonna be controlling in a house that isn't even yours? How are you gonna be controlling in a home where you don't even pay the bills? How are you gonna be controlling in a home where you can't even control the thermostat? That you can't even, be man enough to tell your parents, yo, my wife is hot. Can you turn down the thermostat so she can be cool? And you're gonna have the audacity to be mad at her for wanting to be cool because you can't take care of your wife? Girls, you gotta be careful. You gotta be so careful with some of these dudes, bro. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Some of them just really be out here just masking who they are, showing their true nature, fake as fuck. Then when they finally got what they want, oh, I got the confidence, maybe I could get something different. Don't change. TLDR in Reddit terms to end this live, because I think I'm going to close it out here. Please, 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 whatever you don't worry about the opinion of a man too much. Just don't worry about it, opinion of a man too much. Do everything for yourself first. And the younger you are, the more I encourage you to please, please, please decenter these niggas. Okay, to decenter these men. They are not worth your time. They are not worth your energy. They're not worth your effort. They don't even know what they want. The way I hear so many women out here talk about, especially like black women talk about, oh, the guys I'm attracted to, they're not into my natural hair. They think I look like an auntie. They're into the girls who have looser curl pattern. Girl, why are you wearing your hair natural for them anyway? Like, like, what are we doing? Like, I thought we were wearing our hair natural for ourselves so we could have healthy hair and retain length. Like, why are we over here, wearing wearing our natural hair because some Hotep Pan-Africanist man sat up here and said, I want you in your natural, good sister. Stay in your natural, queen. And the natural he's talking about is the type 3, A, and C through C brigade. Like, what are you doing? What is going on? Like, stop. Like, please, please, please learn how to decenter these guys. They are not worth your time. They will be over here giving you the okie doke, having you stressed out, angry, upset, whole day ruined. I wish I learned that at a young age. I really, really did. The amount of time I'd center myself around dudes who just were not that into me. And were not worth the time and looked like thumbs. Not even thumbs, like creeps. Like, oh, just, girl, don't learn from this. Stop centering these men and stop letting them, give you false promises. A lot of them are not worth your time. Get that education, get that degree, start that business, get your shit together. Get that money, be independent, make your own money. Don't fall into the trap of, oh, I'm going to be single and alone because I make 300K a year and all the men I philander with don't even make that much and I'm going to have to be provider of women. Don't fall into that trap. Just keep your head, okay? Just focus, okay? Blinders, focus. Don't fall for the okey doke. I know a lot of women that look like me also fall for the okey doke of, oh, I'm gonna be lonely for the rest of my life. I'm not gonna have a partner. It doesn't seem like married life seems worth it, to be honest. With the exception of the ring and that one beautiful day, that overpriced day where you spend some 20, 30K. Anywhere between, nowadays, micro weddings cost $10,000, which is crazy to me. Yeah, if I were to get married, it would be courthouse core. It would definitely be, let's go to the courthouse, and all that money from the marriage, the wedding, we would put into a house, right? Um, uh, I'm sorry, like, y'all, just blinders. Just focus on yourself, please. Focus on yourself. Focus on making the money. Don't let anybody make you feel bad because you're like 40 and you haven't had a sex life like that. You're 40 and you don't date like that, or like you're 30 or you're 25, you haven't dated, had a sex life like that. You're 28 and you're not married. Like what? Like, can we talk about why we wear marriage like a badge of honor? Because the day where they really celebrate and honor you is the wedding. And then after that, it goes all downhill. You're with a husband that's probably disrespecting you. Maybe, not all the time. But like, because of how we have expectations on gender roles in America and in Western culture, by default, a lot of men think they're doing more work than they actually should be. A lot of men think that 50-50 and then doing nothing, and you doing your 50-50, and you like cooking and cleaning up around the house, a lot of a lot of them think that they're being good husbands in that way because at least they're there, and giving a check. But it's like you're giving a check too. Like, it just doesn't seem beneficial. Don't fall into the trap of like your girlfriend's getting married and then making you feel bad for getting married. Why? So y'all can end up divorced in like 5 years. I don't mean to sound bleak or negative. It doesn't happen to everybody, right? It didn't happen with my parents, but like, it's getting harder and harder to stay married as the years go on. And I think it's because like financially, like, wealth is getting further and further. Um, like, the gap is getting bigger and bigger, where like the 1% is able to stay wealthy, and then everybody else is just broke. You know. So there's that. Um, but also just like this radicalizing of like toxic male content. Like men are out here trying to want to learn to be leaders, and then they don't have leadership qualities. They're over here giving DJ academics. Hi, Patricia Parker. How are you? Wow, I'm about to end this stream, girl. They're over here, like ending. That's cool. That's cool. Um, they're over here. God, I lost my train of thought. But they're over here like giving $40, $50 to their favorite male podcaster, popping their pussy in their chat, talking about wanting to be leaders. That's not leadership behavior. Day has been well, and so yeah, ladies, just be careful with that, okay? Be careful. Focus on yourself. Work on yourself. Decenter these men, especially the younger you are. Just because I was conditioned like at a super young age to just obsess over dudes and obsess over them and obsess and like, does he like me? Does he not? And then when I finally got into relationships, I was like, is this it? Like, this isn't fun. Like, it's fun bonding with somebody, but it's not something to like. And everyone should be allowed to experience it. But if I was single, and I say this now, right? As somebody who's like constantly been like centering a guy, even if I wasn't technically dating them, I think now if I were single, I would not be giving dudes a lot of these chances. I really would. I would just keep to myself and be like, leave me the fuck alone. Just leave me alone. Yeah, I do stream daily. I'm actually about to head off, Patricia, so sorry. But yeah, guys, that's the advice I'm gonna give you. Just like in the first post that we saw of the Am I the Asshole series, where the husband was mad at his girlfriend for wanting to stay a day extra for her vacation, which technically was an extra because they both agreed to a 4 day vacay, and he got mad and said he would be angry if she didn't come home right away in a house that isn't even his, with bills that he doesn't even pay, and a thermostat he doesn't control, while his wife is burning up in that home. All right. And the same way that occurred, that happened, right, is another issue that this poster is dealing with. A man who is like upward 20 plus years older than her, trying to tell her, gaslight her into thinking that he wasn't lying on her, and saying that he wasn't attracted to her, and saying that he was attracted to her and all that, when it wasn't true. Like, just don't give these dudes the time of day. Like, just always have a backup. All right, like, that's the best advice I can give you. I love you all so so much. I am going to end things here because it is a Sunday and I need to get ready for the week. Videos are coming up next week. I haven't recorded my Hey Exes what's on your mind yet. I'm probably going to do that tomorrow because I really want to make it a consistent, like, weekly thing. And anything, I want to keep those coming out. um I'm considering making I really would like to make it a podcast, but I just don't have like the podcast equipment. I'm loud enough where, people don't have to be too upset about like sound and all of that, right? Like, I use my iPhone. When I do get employed, I'll actually invest in a camera, but and maybe I'll invest in a microphone too. But I'd like for it to be like a podcast in a way, because it is long enough to be, like an hour and 40 minutes. That's what, 60 plus 40, that's 100 minutes long. That's 10K steps. You could walk 10K steps and listen to Hey Exits, Am I the Problem? Like, I need you to know that, okay? My content is walking material, all right? My content is walking material. So, and you can get your health in and all of that, right? Just go outside, walk, and just listen to me yap for an hour and 40 minutes. It's crazy. Damn, I'm a good yapper a little bit. But anyway, I want, if anything, for that to be consistent. Um, so the plan is to get a couple, like at least like 5 episodes in, just to see how it's doing. And then I'm probably going to do a poll on my main channel to see what direction I want this channel to go, because I'm already noticing that my lives are doing a lot better than my recorded videos, even though I just started recording again. And by like doing better, it's like the thing that I'm most consistent with on here. So I'm wondering if I should change this channel into a streaming channel, and then the next channel, the X's Does channel, into like recorded videos. And the recorded videos I start with is like, Hey X's, what's on your mind? Like, little podcast series that I'm trying to make. Like, I'm thinking about that. Again, once I get to the fifth episode mark and I get into like a little swing of things, then I can finally decide, okay, yeah, I actually want to, put this on a different channel, because I do have an Exista stream channel, and I have to figure out if I'm going to put like clipped streams on that channel, or if that's just going to be where I stream from, or if I need to change it. Like I said earlier, I need to change it that to Exis Does, put all my recorded stuff on there, and then just change this to Exis Does Stream, or just keep this as like the main hub for all things like live stream and video recordings. I have to figure that out, and I'm going to need time. I do plan on putting uncensored versions of Hey Exis, What's on Your Mind on Patreon. It might be like super, super early for Patreon, I know, but like, I don't know, any way that I can spread awareness of the podcast, if I want it to be a podcast, right? It's long enough to be one, so it should be a podcast. I don't have the studio. I don't have the studio. I don't have the microphone. Well, I have the microphone here, but when I'm like doing my makeup, I don't have a microphone. I'm not, like, my room's still a mess. Like I'm over here giving no fucks whatsoever, right? And like I see so many podcasts and they're like so professional. Got the little microphone, you're in a studio with sound, like the soundboards everywhere so people can't hear you. Um, so I don't know. I don't know if it's fair to even call what I do like a podcast technically, even though I'm talking about trending topics and giving my takes and it's like longer than an hour if I'm just like yapping and doing my makeup. I think it can work in that way if I take it serious in that way, but that would require me to post weekly, like consistently posting like, hey, X is what's on your mind. But I think it's the beginning to something really, really interesting, really fun, a nice little project I want to do, but I want to spread awareness of it. So it might be on, it's definitely going to be on YouTube, might be on Patreon. Spotify, I don't know. I have beef with Spotify ever since I knew they were giving AI like AI weaponry fund to the military. I know. I could be effing up my bag. I don't know. I gotta figure out where I'm going to put this podcast. If it's just going to be on like YouTube, if it's going to be on Patreon and YouTube, if it's going to be on Patreon, YouTube, Spotify, if it's going to be on Spotify, I have to figure that out. But anyway, with that in mind, I want to wish you guys a happy Sunday. I want to make sure you guys have a great rest of your week, that you guys are starting your week off productive. Next week, we are going to be starting Walking Dead episode 2. I kind of want to storm through The Walking Dead. I just want to see what happens with Clementine. And then we'll get to some scarier games. We'll get to some scarier games, some scarier Telltale games. Um, and yeah, I guess I'll be a Telltale gamer for a minute until I decide to do something else, until I finally have enough courage to play a game like Silent Hill or Phasmophobia, as Cole mentioned. You know what I mean? But yeah. Anyway, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Cole, you're still here. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna play Phasmophobia. Can't wait for the gameplay. Yeah, thank you. Let me know how you feel about the gameplay too, Cole. Like if there's things that I could do better. But yeah, thank you. You sleep good too. Oh, and Cole, I don't know if I'll get this from you, but how was the wedding? Let me know how the wedding was. I'll probably ask on Tuesday when I get back if you're in. But let me know how the wedding was. If it was good, I'd love for you to tell us about it. But yeah, this is it, guys. This is it. I gotta head off. Take care. Love y'all. Bye.